war on Nigeria at 27. Before Biafra, before Ojukwu, Isaac Adaka Boro. His name means lion. 1966. The Niger Delta was producing Nigeria's oil, but his people saw nothing. So he trained 159 men behind his father's compound in Kayama, then declared the Niger Delta Republic. For 12 days they held off the Nigerian army. 12 days. Then he was captured, tried for treason, sentenced to death. But civil war was coming. Nigeria needed men who knew the creeks. They released him, made him a major, gave him 1,000 soldiers. He fought for the same country that sentenced him to die. He won battle after battle for Nigeria. Then one day in 1968, he went on an inspection tour. In an area already secured, gunfire erupted. Isaac Boro was dead at 29. They said it was Biafran rebels. His men said the gunfire wasn't Biafran. His body was taken. His unit was disbanded the same day. Nigeria's first rebel, used, then erased.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to a special conversation. Today, we are going to have a conversation on a forgotten part of Nigerian history. For most people, that was the role played by young Nigerian undergraduate student at one point of University of Nigeria named Isaac Adaka Boro. He was the first person on February 23, 1966, more than 60 years ago, yesterday actually, he declared the Republic of Niger Delta. Quite a fascinating man, and we're going to look at what his life was like today and what we are going to learn from his agitation for the Niger Delta people. With little conviction and a small band of fighters that he called the Niger Delta Volunteer Force, he declared the independence of the Niger Delta Republic. It was barely weeks after the January 15th, 1966 coup had shaken Nigeria to its foundation. The nation was unstable, the center was uncertain, and Boro believed the moment demanded action. He raised an army. He proclaimed a republic. But history was unforgiving. The Niger Delta Republic lasted just 12 days before federal forces crushed the uprising. Boro was arrested, tried, and sentenced to death. Then came one of history's ironies. The same Nigerian state that condemned him to death later released him. And when the Nigerian Civil War broke out, Boro joined the federal side to fight against Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu and the Republic of Biafra. The short-lived rebellion entered the books as 12-day revolution. What drove him? Political marginalization of the Niger Delta people, the struggle over resources, chronic underdevelopment in the region that fuels the nation. He died in 1968, but the questions he raised did not die with him. So today, we're going to look at them and we're going to analyze what we can learn from that experience of Isaac Adaka Boro. What the people who live today and still fighting for resources, control of resources in the Niger Delta, can learn from that experience. And this happened 15 months before Emeka Odumegwu Ojukwu declared the Republic of Biafra. Another irony again, Ojukwu was leading the eastern region that time, and he was leading the region that helped to stop Adaka Boro. And Adaka Boro joined the Nigerian forces to fight the Biafran side. 60 years later, has anything changed in the Niger Delta region? Has anything changed for those who are dreaming of resource control. Has it been resolved? Was Boro a rebel, a prophet, or a warning that Nigeria ignored? Join us as we analyze the story of Isaac Adaka Boro and the short-lived Niger Delta Republic. It's a fascinating story. I hope you will be part of this conversation. I will share the link for those who have stories to tell, who studied this in history, or if you have not had any training or any awareness of what happened. This is Isaac Adaka Boro. We don't know the date this picture was taken. He later on joined the police force when he left Nnamdi, not Nnamdi Azikiwe, not Azikiwe University, the University of Nigerian Soccer. He was the one that started it. He was there. He was a student union leader at University of Nigerian Soccer between 1964 and 65. Today, he was buried, when he died in 68, he was buried in Lagos, but they brought back his body to Bayelsa State, which is today's Bayelsa State. This is Isaac Adaka Boro's park in Bayelsa. This is where he was buried. This is Isaac.
Area at 27. Before Biafra.
He did all these things at a very young age. He started at 27, he died at 29. You know, another irony was that if you follow the story of Kaduna Nzogu, who led the coup that in 1966, January 15th, Kaduna Nzogu later on fought on the side of Biafra. He died in the same mysterious circumstances. In the case of Isaac Adaka Boro, the story written by Obasanjo was that the Biafrans killed him. But his people, his boys, his troops said it wasn't the Biafrans. So there are many controversies. Some of these things people are not even aware of, Nigerians. And you have people today like Asare Dokubo, Tompolo, people in the Niger that are still agitating for the same kind of resource control. We have to look at all the angles, and including the Biafrans, who are fighting for their own independence, and other groups, the Oduduwa, Odua Nation, what they can learn from this experience. All right. So thank you so much for joining us. Those on the comment section. If you know anything about Isaac Adaka Boro, join us. We talked to some experts, and hopefully some of them will join us later today. But before I bring in people, for those who want to join us in the studio, let me share the link. I don't think I've done that. We spoke to some experts, and they wanted more time. We didn't give them enough time. It was yesterday that was the anniversary, 60th anniversary. We wanted to get it out of the way, but experts, they needed more time. But let me share for those who want to join us in the studio. I'll share the link. But let me say that these are the kind of things we'll be doing every now and then, especially midweek. Instead of just talking on issues in the news, we pick on a topic and we examine the topic in details, and maybe we will learn more from that. But again, thank you so much for watching, for being here, and anything you know about Isaac Adaka Boro and implications, we welcome you to share with us. Let me read this before I bring in people who are in the studio. Let me read this. When I shared this show on several platforms, somebody wrote this, and let me get the name of the guy. I think I don't have his name here. He said, "I've read The 12-Day Revolution by Isaac Adaka Boro, his personal account written in prison." So when he was locked up, he was picked up by the Nigerian government after he declared the Republic and fought for 12 days. He lost. I mean, the Nigerian government, the military squashed that effort by his groups. But he was picked up and put in prison, sentenced to death. While he was in prison, he wrote The 12-Day Revolution. And in it, he was examining his military, his career, his political struggle, including the Niger Delta question. And this guy said that after reading both, he read that book and also another one written by Tekna Tamun, who wrote about the Jaws of Giants. He said, after reading both, it is hard not to feel that something has been wrong in how the Nigerian government treats the people of the Niger Delta. History shows that their agitation, didn't come from nowhere. It came from deep frustration and neglect. Sometimes the problem is not noise, it is injustice that has lasted too long. I had planned to call this guy and see if he would join us, but for now, there are many ideas and questions being put out there by different people about the Nigeria that we know today, the origin of the injustices in Nigeria, why it persists, and why people continue to fight and agitate, even when they have the chances of them succeeding is very, very slim. All right, let me see. We have CEO Ovie. He's in the studio. Let me bring him in. Ovie, welcome to the show.
I'm son of the soil. What are you talking about?
Are you from the Niger Delta?
We are the.
I thought you were from Edo.
We are the. What is Niger Delta?
He said no part of Niger Delta.
Come, Dr. Dameji, I will sue you for the question where you also.
Tell me.
I will sue.
Explain
You
to us.
want the Niger Delta, and I may wait there. And again, I wanted to call you out. You they pronounce the Oduduwa like they say you are from Ukraine. Oduduwa. Even though you spent 4 years in Akure, I say Oduduwa. Oduduwa. Like, is it AI? I've been at Dr. David Iblis. I am from Niger Delta. No, don't take my 30% away from me, please. It's very important.
So is Edo Benin Empire part of the Niger Delta? I thought you were under the Benin Empire.
Yes, that's two different conversations. I can claim it too, right? But that would be a different conversation entirely. The Niger Delta is after. Came to be after the Edo, after the Benin Empire collapsed, right? Niger Delta na product of Nigeria, Nigerian states.
Okay.
Right? It's a product of Nigerian states.
Benin people, are they part of Niger Delta? Do they consider themselves part of Niger Delta?
Yeah, it's a state. It's a matter of states, right? And region, one would say. So it's a matter of states. So how many states? Well, going by what bettered Niger Delta was due to the fact that those are the states that actually produce oil. So at the time Niger Delta was bettered, it was just mainly it was compensated the states that produce oil. So there's part of those states that produce oil. Now because they know too much, that's why you challenge me like this, right? So those states is not known for oil as an oil producing state. That's why. But there's a part of those states that actually has oil. That's why he has that right to be included in Niger Delta. Just like Edo State and Ondo State too. There's part of Ondo too that has oil. That's why they are seen today. If you want to extend it, the Imo State is also part of the Niger Delta as oil producing state. I heard Dr. Dameji. I think sorry for I want to take a detour here. During Buhari, there was two announcements. They said there's the oil that was founded in the Benue and remember Bauchi and Niger State. Remember? There was
no. They were exploring. They didn't. I don't think they found enough. Yeah, there was sign that there was oil there, but when they looked, I don't think they found anything. So do you know?
Yeah,
okay, I wanted to go.
No, I wanted to say those ones too are also included. But I think as at that time when the Adaka Boro, this is the subject of our conversation, it was pretty much yes, he named it Niger Delta, but I think it was primarily focused on his one who argued on his people, the Ijaw people, the Ijaw nation, right? But of course, now because of the spread of the location and the way the federal government has come and demarcate that region, creating River State and others, pretty much from one big estate, now encompasses. That's why the story rub everybody. But the origin of this, I want to go back to where the guy is coming from. The primary pain that started the whole thing is because of what his people were experiencing because of the oil discovery, which is pretty much the reality of today. But today is even worse. The leaders of today's I was, but me I know to jump. I think yes, it's only fair we spend time on what you started with.
Yeah.
You were very specific about his age. The guy died. The guy was at the he died at the age of 30. And the more I read his biography, the more I become. I don't fail. I'm a failure. But my only consolidation here, my only hope is that okay, I'm still alive. So in other words, I still have chance. But at the age of 30, he has achieved what only few people will ever achieve in the history of humanity. What the Christian people will say, many are called, few are choosing. Right? Most people in this world, they will never be remembered. Not after their immediate family. Now we talk of your community, not talk of your region, your country, and as far as Nigerian state, in fact, as far as those people exist, or the people Nigeria exist, the man will still be alive. And all these were achieved by the age of 30. And the bravery was just what? 2 to 3 years. Started at, you said, 27, and they took him at 29. So it's the more I the more I try to just fathom what kind of brain, right? People like it, because for me, one of my role model, right? Let me tell you my role model and why I hold this guy in a different level entirely. People like him is the first man that revolted against power. The first man that revolted against power. And he did it so well that he ended up with his own kingdom. Do you know who that man is, Dr. Damiji?
Mm-mm.
Lucifer. Lucifer is the first man that revolts. He was the first man that revolted against power, that against authority. He did it so well that he ended up with his own kingdom. So is Adaka Boro. So is people like Odumegwu Ojukwu. So if I stand and think, what kind of brain do they have? Which can, apart from the kind of mind where they get to take on, not just you are taking on your neighboring community, you are taking on the biggest military that has the monopoly of power within that region as a whole. That's what you are taking on. That's suicide mission. So the kind of brain they have at that age and the kind of vision, the way I mean, I can only imagine. So it's something that every day when I wake up, I think, I don't owe though. I mean, I don't feel, looking at stories like this man, even Ojukwu at what age. In fact, the generation that this 16th generation, no matter how much I want to shit on them really for staying longer than necessary in power, I mean, one has to actually admire their courage as at that time. Wouldn't have gone there. One has to admire that. So it's somebody that is up there as far as a human being that that will register as forever in my, as far as I live. As Isaac Adaka Boro is one of those activists, a human being.
We'll get into details. Oil was discovered in Nigeria in 1956 by Shell BP in Olobiri. That is the hometown of Isaac Adaka Boro, and he was born in 1938. So he already had awareness and the issue of the fact that this resource, which is, I think they called it at that point, liquid gold, was being produced in Nigeria, and there was no impact on the region, the area that it's being produced, that people were not being taken care of. And that was the beginning of his agitation. But we want to look into several aspects of that. It's not over yet. It continues to today. Why did he, his upbringing, you were talking about it. His father was a teacher. He obviously went to school. He was a very smart kid all the way to UNN, where he became student union leader. So that shouldn't be a surprise. And about his age, you have to remember, both Nzogu and all the people that planned the coup, they were all in their 30s or less than 20-something years. So they were young people at that point. But let me go to Tony. Tony, You're from that region. What do you know about Isaac Adaka Boro and his struggle?
Well, greetings, Dr. Damages. Greetings, forefathers. Greetings, OGA. Your governor has just done another comedy for us. So.
Oh yes. I was very proud of it. I'm still very proud of it.
Let's not deviate. We will have time after an hour of this. We will have time to talk on the current stories in the news.
Okay, greetings, everyone listening. Yes, Major Isaac Adaka Boro, I don't know so much about him, and we haven't heard so much said about him compared to what he did at a very young age. I read that he was revolutionary, a university student who abandoned his studies at Nsukka to fight against the degradation and the deprivation that his people were experiencing. If you go to Oloibiri, for instance, up till now, there's nothing to write about Oloibiri. Still very, very environmental degradation caused by this oil exploration and stuff, even worse than it was. There's no benefit that has accrued to the people based on the resource that God has given to them. But I read that yes, he was more like a one-man riot, went violent against his country, wanted to secede, actually led a secession, which eventually didn't succeed, and in the process found himself also fighting on the side of, is it Nigeria also? They lost his life. But I don't know much about him. I don't think history has given him enough credit or exposure as we hear about the Civil War. I just read snippets of him from accounts of the Civil War, how he died and how he was killed and the conspiracy and all that. But I don't have so much about his activism and what he did. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Tony. He played Ken Saro-Wiwa, who continued the fight against the way that people in the Niger Delta, Ogoni in particular, they are being treated. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Greetings to all the panelists and greetings to the chat. It's good to mark such an event. I never really talking about it because it's mostly in the South you hear about these things. And given that I grew up in Port Harcourt, we know what we know of the Isaac Adaka Boro Park in Port Harcourt, and in Bayelsa. I left Nigeria well before Bayelsa became a serious state. But that said, there's not that much development in that state till date. Funny enough, when he declared to become independent, that's when him and his 150 men did what they did. Their first grievance was against the East, then the Nigerian state. Because remember, Nigeria was a kind of confederation then. And the Eastern region was controlling by and large, most of the resources in that area. And hence, he was saying that Enugu was controlling it. And the irony is that Ojukwu was the one that led the forces that put the rebellion down. And within months, I think Agwin Rosie convicted him to death. You see what I mean? So, and the whole thing during that period, if I didn't know better, I would think Oyibo were just writing the script to ensure our country is messed up properly, because the entire thing was greed, betrayal, unethical behavior, just terrible behavior from everybody, pretending as if they don't know what was bad for the nation. If they wanted their nation to succeed, and they just got independence, so if they wanted their nation to succeed, they could have tried to be more equitable instead of rushing straight to their tribalistic behavior and, packing wealth to only your region. You should understand that those people are human beings that they discover the oils amongst. Remember, those people, without Nigeria, you won't have access to their territory. And that is another part many Nigerians forget. When we say we are a major group in Nigeria, you are only a major group because you are in Nigeria. If without Nigeria, you can't touch those people. If you go for them, they will fight you back. There's a reason why they have existed for millennia. But their anger boiled over. They fought the Nigerian state and they failed. And Aguiyi-Ironsi, ironically, was the one that convicted him to death. And then Gowon came after they got rid of Aguiyi-Ironsi to release him. Can you imagine? His first grievance was against the Eastern Bloc. Ojukwu was the one that put him down. Aguiyi-Ironsi convicted him to death. You see, they created the scenario. That's why I said you can't even make it.
Hold on, forefathers. Let's push back a little bit. Instead of calling individuals the names Ojukwu, Ironsi, are they what they are doing? Is that different from what the Nigerian state did? Because it was the Nigerian state that they were representing. Okay, what the Nigerian state did now to Nnamdi Kanu. The Nigerian state has their obligation, their goal, especially at the beginning, all over Africa really, was that they wanted to keep that drawing, that map of that nation that the Europeans left in their hands when they were leaving. Every state in Africa wanted to keep that intact. So they saw Adaka Boro as someone who was trying to disrupt. And I believe that anybody who had that position, even if he was, if they didn't kill Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, he would have done the same thing. In fact, the reason why the coup happened, if you go back, the reason why the coup happened was that Abubakar Tafawa Balewa was going into Western region to exert the federal power over the Western region. And the Western region revolted because of the crisis there. And that was what led to the coup. So it's all the same process that whoever is there, it's not about individuals. Whoever is there, whether it's a Gowon that was there or the obligation is, I'm going to keep the nation. And this man, and they did the same thing to Ojukwu when Ojukwu declared the Republic of Biafra. They continued, whoever was there said, I'm going to keep the nation. I want you to look at it that way. It's not about the individuals. And now,
I think there's some truth to what you are saying. That's why he highlighted Nigeria. He highlighted Nigeria. He didn't highlight only the Southeast. But he highlighted Nigeria he didn't mention Southwest in the area, the way he affected their region. Because it's like if you are part of a state today and your LGA is not getting any support, you are going to call the state governor out and you're going to call the Nigerian federal government out. That's what he was doing. And the people that put him down, I'm naming them as the IR, because most of the people were also involved in the national politics that just followed. You see what I mean? And ironically, they were in the other side, the reverse position, because we as a people don't try to at least try to be equitable a little bit. We don't try to do that. We just keep trying to backstab each other, trying to get one over each other. We forget that we are in the same country when all this is happening. He was the first to fire the gunshot of this injustice that is going on within the country. Then they put him down. Then the next thing was Ojukwu. Then they put that one down too. Kensaro will come, they put him down. It's just the same game that we are still keep playing it today. And it just doesn't stop. And people forget, like I always say, the Niger Delta, they were an independent people. They were not enslaved by any group. Nobody had access to their resources. Nobody had access to their space.
Hold on. When you say resources, the oil was discovered in 1956. They didn't know there was oil there, or they were not using it. They were not marketing it themselves. So what do you mean by their resources? I'm talking about
their resources. See, they were trading with the other regions of the country well before the British arrived here. That's what I mean. They had their own territory.
The trading continued. I don't think the British came and stopped them from trading.
No, what I'm trying to say is that because of the creation of Nigeria, their independence was removed, and the major groups in Nigeria grabbed them from there.
But
that is what we are not seeing.
It happened to every group. When Nigeria became one,
it happened to every smaller group.
No, even
that's
the
what
big
you
group.
want to say.
No, even the big groups.
I don't see
happens
anybody
to every
grabbing the
group.
big groups. So I don't see who is grabbing the big groups.
No,
I don't see anybody.
it's not about anybody.
I don't see any. All the big groups are doing is grabbing each other.
No, what
That's what
happened
they are
was that
doing.
the Nigerian state has exerted their own control over certain things. So in the case of oil, when crude oil was discovered in 1956, the Nigerian state now said, we are going to control this. They didn't control the trading in palm kernel. They didn't control the trading in groundnuts. They didn't control the cocoa trade. You just pay taxes. But when crude oil came out, they controlled that. And we can connect it to what's happening in the north now when there's gold in Zamfara and what is happening with the gold. How is that being controlled by the government, federal or the state?
But Dr. Damaji, this is what I think. This is the conversation you two are having. Yes, I think it's wrong for Niger to mention individuals rightly, push it back to him, because Ojukwu was a federal soldier. So is the other guy that said that executed him. These were all federal soldiers. But what Niger is emphasizing on is under the federal government, you will see have the regional governance, which is where the western regions fall into the hands of the dominant tribes. In this case, the Igbos, because under the local. So the federal governance was dominated. The western governance, the western region governance.
East.
Yes, which the job people fall into. They were dominated by the Igbos now, and were they not dominated by were they not dominated by the Igbos? They were. So exactly. So one will also argue that was what the North saw, that the federal government, that the Igbos were overreaching. After dominating the East, they were overreaching, trying to dominate the Central too, which is what led them to do what they did. That's another argument to it. So what Niger is saying, yes, Ojukwu and his brother acted under federal government authorities, but other than that, every other thing that their people were going through under the regional government, which is in this case dominated by the Igbos. So we have to actually, there's a conversation there to be had, because which is the argument we are trying to add, if we the Edos fall into the Niger Delta, right? Because we too also have an argument that we were dominated by those who were the dominant group when we are under regional governance. So that is also a conversation to be had. So yeah, it's not that Niger doesn't know what he's talking about. It's just that the way he framed it that made you have to come at it that way.
All right, hold on. Let me go to let's hear from KJ. KJ, welcome. Yeah, we can't hear you, KJ, if you're speaking.
You shouldn't argue with forefather, because forefather has his own history, which is telling. And I think I'm surprised Ovie is trying to also toe that line. It was not the Ojukwu, on the contrary, that killed Isaac Adaka Boro. He died in the war, and there's two stories to it. They said the first story was that he was in the front line and lost his life in the battle. The second story, which is mostly told by other people in the Niger Delta, is that it was Benjamin Adekunle who set him up, and they withdrew, and he died in the battle. So in fact, they actually say, some people go ahead to say it was the federal troop that killed him. So when we want to tell the story of these individuals, we try to paint them as if this guy, because that has been forefathers, projection all this while, that Isaac Adaka Boro was one cent of a man who was trying to fight for the cause of the Niger Delta people. But let's not go there, because if you guys want, I will bring his dirty past and put it here. So let's just tell the story the way it is.
That's not what Niger was trying to say.
I came personally because of that. Because sometimes when we discuss about the Nigerian heroes and all that, some of you make a statement that is nowhere to be found in history, and sometimes try to rewrite the history. The history is out there, and you can tell that story to the younger generation who didn't go to school, who went to school and never read books, but not to those of us who took time to research these things and follow these events. So let's just put that correct. It was the federal troops that got him killed, whether it was by arrangement by Brigadier General Black Scorpion Adekunle, or he died in the battle. It had nothing to do with the Igbo people or the Igbo man or even the thing. It had nothing to do with that. All right, I rest there. I'm here. I did the look now. Thank you, sir. I come back because of.
KJ.
Hold on. Let's talk about that.
Niger is speaking.
Wait. Okay, Tony, you want to say something?
Yes, if you read the book by Alabi Sama, General Alabi Sama, who was also in the front line. I think he took over from Adekunle. No, Basanjo took over. But I think he was also very well involved in the battle to capture the East. I think he was in the 3rd Marine Command, where Adaka Boro was. You would see from his account that what he said, tallies with part of what KJ has said, was a sabotage, because Adekunle was very, very crazy and delayed. It was more of a sabotage that led to his death. It wasn't Ojukwu that killed him. It wasn't at all, because at this time the war had started, and there was this attempt to capture, to invade. They invaded the East through, what would be the rivers area now. And so it wasn't Ojukwu at all that killed him. It wasn't Biafran forces that killed him. I think from the Alabi Sama's book, it was basically sabotage. And Isaac Boro was fighting on that front.
Yeah.
So that's it.
All right, thank you. Ovie, go ahead.
I think context matter here. Tunanja is not saying now Ojukwu carry gun go shoot down. No, he is speaking under the leadership. Ojukwu was the top leader then in that region, so that is what he's saying. The same thing he referred to the other guy who eventually carried out the coup. He is not saying the guy carry gun go shoot down. So that's what I think Dr. Damiji actually corrected him well, because you just want to make argument. But even everything you say, KJ, now saying that ESA, you are speaking in terms of conspiracy or ESA. They say. So who is even actually speaking to the conversation here? Tunanja is not saying, Ojukwu kill him. This is not leadership. As I said,
again, you are
wrong. I know it.
No, let's get it right. You are wrong. Isaac Adaka Boro died. The war had already started when the Isaac Adaka Boro died. Ojukwu was not in control. Hold on. You are wrong.
Can you listen first? That's not. Please, now I'm not interject you now.
You must.
How far is it?
Hold on. So, you guys, hold on. Okay, hold on.
Can you just listen, please? Hold on. Sorry, listen to understand. You understand?
Okay, hold on. Okay, let's go back. I want us to go sequentially. You guys are already debating the death. I'm still at the point where we want to talk about what are the issues that minorities have with Nigeria and with the regions. Now, remember, the people that made up what we now call, or then was called the Midwest, they also had issues being under the Western region, to the point that they agreed. They had a referendum, and they decided that they want to form their own region. Probably if Nigeria had continued on democratic paths, if there was no coup, what could have happened? Maybe that the people in the Niger Delta will have had their own referendum and form their own region. That could probably be what. But I want to go to what were the issues that they had, one with the Eastern region, and then later on with the whole of Nigeria, especially when it comes to oil, because and again, remembering that in 1960, 64, 65, he, as a student, Adaka Boro became the president of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka Student Union. It's not an easy thing to accomplish. So I'm not claiming that I know how the country was running that period or how the Eastern region was running, but I want someone to help, if anybody knows, the issues that minorities have or had with Nigeria or the Eastern region at that point, to the point that he decided that this would be a good time to form our own republic.
The issue was clear because the level of development in the South region was minimal. As a matter of fact, by the time I left Nigeria, I think I heard that the Bayelsa region, they had about 1 or 2 petrol stations. That was in the 90s. That is how underdeveloped it was.
No, okay. Hold on, forefathers, don't jump. I go back to the 60s when he declared the Republic of Niger Delta. Go back to that period. What was the issue? Because if you are talking about 1960s, I don't think, apart from Enugu, which is the capital of the South the eastern region, I don't think my hometown is developed. I don't think most places are developed. So what I
yeah, but your hometown is not where they discovered oil first.
Yeah, I know,
At the same time,
but it's not the eastern region that is taking the oil. Is it?
Rudolph, can I make a contribution and run away because I'm at work? Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to join you guys for a long time. If you permit me, I want to respond to what you just said.
Let's hear from Tim.
Okay, please, guys, don't be offended. Please, I'm at work and I'm not even going to watch for long. But I just wanted to follow and see what you guys are saying. So, the question you asked, what was the problem that most, if not all, of the minority, so what we call minority groups, had in the different regions where they were part and parcel of, whether it is the guys in the Middle Belt who were part of the larger North, whether it is the Edo people and what we call today as Delta states in the Southwest, and of course the rivers, Cross River, Akwa Ibom today, and Bayelsa in Eastern region. Now, language was a problem. For every of those regions, there was a dominant language. And in some of those regions, the dominant language became the lingua franca, sort of. So you find out like in Igbo, it's very rare that you will not see anybody from any of the smaller groups, supposed smaller groups, that doesn't even speak Igbo. Now, they also felt that, like in the civil service and co, I'm going to use the Eastern region for an example. So when Zeke was angling to be prime minister, no, sorry, not prime minister, was angling to be the premier of the Southwest, which we know was what he was trying to do with his NCNC, and he got skimmed out. The biggest mistake he did was he fell back to the Southeast, and they dispossessed somebody, a Henshaw from Cross River State, who would have easily become the premier of the Eastern region, and then Azikiwe became the premier. The same thing happened when Okpara was premier of the Southeast, and the people from the Ogoja area at some point wanted to vote against the NCNC. I don't know if any of you knew that Okpara went and removed tarred roads in the Ogoja area as a punishment, the kind of thing Yaya Bello did in Kogi State. Okpara did it, let's be honest. So some of those things also happen in other regions. You find that the dominant group at some instances sort of flexed a lot of muscles on these people, and it left a psychological implication on them. I went to Government College Umuahia. In Government College Umuahia, we had a lot of people from Opobo. The Ken Sarah Weaver went to Government College Umuahia. The Ereko Simas of this world. Many of them used to feel that in those schools where they went, dominated by Igbos, that they were being sidelined in one way or the other. So there was always that brewing mentality. That is why at any opportunity they felt or they sought to break the dominant group in wherever they were, they always did that. That is why during the Civil War, you find that the smaller splinter groups were siding with federal forces as saboteurs, as we call them, to dispossess the dominant group. I wanted to add that these are some of the histories that are there. It takes people who are really transcendent and mature enough to have this kind of conversation, because it's an emotive conversation, something that if we're not careful, an Igbo man will be trying to defend his Igbo position, the Yoruba man, no. But the truth is, every of these small groups have always felt that wherever they belong to, the dominant group in that place was always oppressing them, whether it is real or imagined. I can't hear you, sir.
I said thank you, Chim, for that enlightenment. So I know that there are issues, and I wanted us to look at those issues. And in the context of, are they still here today? Were they dealt with? How were they dealt with? And I'm always interested in the example of the Midwest, which was the first example. I'm hearing a lot of people. I think it's Chim. Okay. Yeah, the first example of where a minority group decided that, we are not being treated well and we want something that will give us a sense of belonging. And they got the Midwestern region. All right, forefathers, go back to what we were saying before Chim came in. So
during that time, let me see, in terms of industry, one of the issues he raised was that the fishery industry that should have been located in the riverine area, it was located inland. all the way in Aba. That's he talked about the this in administrative headquarter of the boatyard of Opobo being located in Enugu. There are so many things that people complain about today that was going on then, but this time it was in the southeast. That from the south region, they felt like the workers that are working in these offices and everything, they are not from they are non-Ijaw people, and these are the things he highlighted that people did it, you just brush aside as if it didn't happen at all. And then in terms of who killed him, I don't think necessarily that is the Ojukwu side that killed him, because if they did, they wouldn't have any need to hide it, to be fair. Why would they hide it? But the federal government will have a need to hide it, or people within their ranks will have a need to hide it, because that's a kind of betrayal of somebody that is on your side, that is sabotage. Or it may be a non-Nigerian actor that did it. You don't know. There are actors, operating everywhere, trying to keep a certain kind of scenario going. So, but that said, but if you notice some of his grievances are similar to some of the grievances we hear about today. And I think Kim said whether it's imagined. It's not imagined. These are real. And I witnessed them. All these ones are in the 60s or so. But they were still going on in the 90s. Nigerians, we are not honest people. I see them on the ground every day. I don't know why we are like this, and we think that this thing, nature doesn't punish you. Maybe that's why we are suffering what we are suffering too. Because we are not very, very straightforward. We go to church, we pray and everything, but when the chips are down, we backstab somebody and backstab each other all the time. As a matter of fact, this journey that I'm in Nigeria right now, I've had more Northerners show me more kindness and treat me on a level more than fellow Southerners. Why is that the case? We pretend as if we don't know what we are doing. We all know what we are doing. And if you see Nigeria, they don't speak to each other properly. Like if you want to talk to a Northerner in Nigeria now, as a Southerner, they watch their words. It's like, why are we scared? We are walking on eggshell around each other because of dishonesty. It's everywhere. It's rampant. And sooner or later, somebody needs to confront all these things head on. Because sometimes, even when I'm with people and I talk to a Northerner, they were like, why are you asking that question? Why are you saying this thing? Because then why are you walking on eggshells? How are you supposed to function in a country where everybody's avoiding broaching any topic at all? That is what I see in Nigeria. And Isaac Boro represented a kind of first shot of what was to come. And have we changed? I can't say we've changed. We are still playing the same game till today. It's just what it is. It's just that a few other people are complaining about it now. Isaac Adaka, the Niger Delta Avengers, they caused so much problem. That's why they had to concede a little bit of ground, because they saw that if they carry on fighting them, the oil industry is not going to progress. So they conceded a bit of ground to the Niger Delta people. But the Southeast is complaining today, and the Middle Belt is complaining. The Northeast is complaining. So the country, we are not honest, and I don't know whether it's because of we are still under the curse of foreign controllers. Maybe that's why we are not fully, ourselves. It's possible that is the reason why. So some of all these things, we have to look at it from that point of view. But I just have to tell you that what I see on the ground, it just shows that I don't know what is causing it, but we are not honest to each other. Thank you.
All right, thank you. For those who are watching, please like and share this broadcast. This is going to be one of those history related shows that can be watched again and again for a long time, because we want to educate people about what is going on in the country. We want to go back and go forward and project based on what happened in the past. For instance, I know that I want us to talk about the time Isaac Adaka Boro did all he did. And then, of course, get to the time that Ken Saro-Wiwa did his own, and where we are today, because we now have the Niger Delta Commission, we have resource control, we have these oil producing regions. And has anything changed? What has changed? Are people happy now, or do they want more? So those things, we have to get to that, hopefully, sequentially. All right.
Doctor, I just want to correct something that Jim said, because I took some courses on intergroup relations when I was in university, taught by Professor Ikime, emeritus professor. And I think Jim is referring to the origin of what we call in intergroup relations, what we call the origin of tribalism in Nigerian politics. And part of it has to do with the events of the 1951 election in Western, where Zeke, a couple of people who were in the NCNC defected and joined the Awolowo group. And so Zeke lost the opportunity to be to head the West, the government, the business in the West, So he having lost that majority, he had to move down to the East. And the person he drove is not, it's actually Ayo Eta, who was the leader of government business in Eastern region in 1950, and then Zeke took over. So that didn't leave, for the minorities particularly, that was a problem because it wasn't done in good faith, and it was considered that because Ayota was from the minority, that was why that happened. So that, traditionally, if you go to intergroup relations, it's the origin actually of if you like, ethnic politics, which was originated from the West, and which Zeke, bought into, and his entire view as a pan-Nigerian, brought him down, and he became, more now like all over a tribal leader because of that particular action. And I think that's part of it. We used to be in the Western region, Midwest, we used to be part of Western region. And part of the reason why, we had to ask for a plebiscite, so that we pull out from the West was just because we were feeling a sense of marginalization. And we didn't think that we quite belonged to the, we didn't see ourselves fully as being part and parcel of Western region. Because again, like, we're minorities in that region. So we had the plebiscite, and so Midwest was created. But even then, the problem still persisted, because even as in the Midwest, you had the Benin province, you have the Delta province. All of them came together to make up what eventually became Bendel. And so we still had the issues, and up to date, even when you still have that broken down to Edo and Delta, that's the issues of marginalization. So I think it's an issue that will stay with us until we probably develop a much better political culture that will overlook all this mosaic of religion, of ethnicity, and so on and so forth, and all together to look at purely what to move the country forward. And I think that's part of the problem that we have, and that's even the problem that you also have in the South side, because if you look, I think South side is one of the most diverse in terms of ethnicity and so on and so forth. So we have that problem, and that's continued. Let me just stop there.
All right. Thank you so much, Ovie.
Oh, thank you. I think I understand Dr. Damage is the pushback again, putting name, and track to the conversation. But we are talking about history. It will only make sense and be accurate if you put data, statistics, and name. It just depends on the context you put those names, so that things read. Oyo was discovered what, 54, if I'm not mistaken.
56.
So 56. The Nigerian states take shape in 1960. The regional government take effect. Let's put it that way. Immediately, the Adaka Boro, him and his people, fall under the Eastern region. Who was the leader of the Eastern region? As at 66. The major himself, Ojukwu, right? Who pretty much arrested him, one would say. But it was under him that is the revolt starts. The primary anger of Isaac Adaka Boro was a voice that his people his voice of the people had not been heard. In other words, they are not being included the governance structure of the eastern regions and what before the resources will come to play. So the resources agitation was really against against the federal government. In other words, agitation was against two governments. The eastern region was at the time led by Odumegwu Ojukwu, and the federal government led by Gowon. If you remember, when they arrested now the Gowon government come into power and release him after what Tunaja was trying to say. Angu Hiroshi arrested him and sentenced him to death. This is 67. So Gowon come, release them. He joined military in 68 and he died during the Civil War. Now, who was he fighting for during the Civil War? He was fighting for the Nigerian states. So if he died during the war, it only makes sense that those who are conspiring, who are arguing that now the Eastern, the Biafran military, now then kill him. Now, even though you cannot say this is when or how they kill him, but he died during the Civil War. So anybody that said now Biafran soldiers kill him, led by Ojukwu kill him, the person is not necessarily out of place or out of point. But these are the events that take place. Even though they thought that Ojukwu carried gun, come out to shoot her, no. But it was under the leadership of Ojukwu leading the Biafran troop that killed Isaac Adaka Boro, who was fighting. He died in the midst of war. That's a very plain argument. Yes, we no go accuse them and say, was okay in dying in the midst of war. But in order to put context to it, we had to actually put all these dates and names to what is happening. The man, even up to today, is still what is happening. It's just that this time around, it was different, under different government structure. Talking about what are the minority actually facing, up to the federal government level, what are the Fulani complaining about the Eastern leadership that they dominated the federal government? And one can argue, yes, because they are the most educated within the Western education system. So it only makes sense when the colonials were going, majority of them will occupy most of the federal government position. It makes sense that like that. So those who are arguing that yes, they are being dominated, they are not out of place. So it's the same thing that is happening. Those of us, regardless of where you reside in the country, if you are complaining of being marginalized and being dominant, now the president, now the government with the pointers. Nnamdi Kanu is arrested today, right? Everybody talking now Buhari na arrest him. If he can't die under Tinubu, people go say, oh, na Tinubu kill him. Yes, it's not between na Tinubu kill him, but it died under him. Obasanjo wrote a book under my watch. So it was under the supervision of the Biafran soldier led by Ojukwu that actually that killed the Nigerian soldiers, which included Isaac Adaka Boro during the Civil War. So to
be fair, let me just interject briefly. The reason why I don't think if the Biafrans were the responsible for it, they don't have much of a need to hide it because he was fighting against them. You see what I mean?
Nobody's accusing. Hold on. Nobody's accusing them. I am just giving you what transpired. I am telling you, now what are they fight now? If me and you they fight, but the fight were against your village today, and you end up dying. They say, oh, now if I lead my people, they will say I make you. They will be right, yes. But now what will they fight? So we are not saying the Igbo people they go today we want to go kill them. But at the same time, one can argue that because they were directly under the leadership of the Eastern structure before the federal government. So his agitation was against two governments. The Eastern government led by Ojukwu at that time, and the federal government led by Gowon.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, I'll come to you next. Let's reframe where we are now. So we agreed that after independence, one of the things that happened was that the structure we were left with, the regional structure, that minorities in
sorry, Dr. Dameji, that it was his agitation that led to the creation of Rivers State. Because as I said, his main argument that they wanted a voice. So that's why they got down now. It was under that agitation that Rivers State was created.
That's not true.
When was Rivers State created?
Don't worry. We'll get to that. Let's go sequentially.
Okay.
Let's go sequentially. All right. What we are saying is this. I think the consensus is this, and it's very important because the problem we have with history and our history is that there is never a consensus. Any part of history you bring up, there will be different versions. But we can agree here that Nigeria, the way it was structured, the way it was handed over to Nigerians by the British when they were living, was regional government. In that regional structure, the minorities in the regions, every region, did not feel that they were being represented or their voices were being heard. That's across the board. So whether it's in the eastern region or western region or the northern region. Now, the only people that were able to successfully get out of it was in 1963, I believe, when the Midwestern region were able to extract, they brought themselves out of the Western region. So it could have happened if we had continued along the same line with the same democracy. Maybe the people in the South, the so-called Niger Delta, would have been able to do the same thing. Maybe the Middle Belt in the North would have been able to do the same thing. We wouldn't know that because there was a military intervention in 1966, January 15th. Okay, we can agree on that. Anybody protesting that? Okay, so you can go into details in terms of, is there any structure? Because that's what we're still battling with. Is there any structure we could have put in place at that point that will have made the minorities to feel that their voices are being heard? We didn't do it that time. We are still trying to do it now. It hasn't worked. I don't think there's any place. Even the resource control, the version we have now, the 13%, most people in the South are now saying we want 100%. Maybe that's when we are going to say that we feel happy to be part of this. So Ovia, what do you want to say? I wanted to take us.
I think I kind of in a way disagree with you because even the regional governors.
You don't have to agree with him. Let him finish now. If it's
hold on now, see.
He's making a point. Don't agree with him. Let him.
KJ, when I say something, I am giving reason why I said it.
No,
if you don't want to listen to
you must have reason. Let him finish.
I am talking to an educated person for God's sake, and he's an adult.
I know go school. That's why I'm arguing the way.
So allow him to push back.
No. Now my own reason that they put forward now.
So can you allow me to put my own reason forward?
No, let him finish.
I'm not entitled to it.
No, let him finish.
Or he's so stupid that he cannot stop me.
Let him finish.
Is that what you are saying? That he's stupid, he cannot stop me?
Guys, hold on.
So Dr. Damage, hold on. We are seeing history here. Right? You say something that is very fundamental and it's not, we should have to push it in context. I've always said it. There's the context for this. Forget we see all this mandate talk. Even the Eastern government structure was forced on us. So it is not our creation to say, oh, which other way we go try, where we never go work. We were never allowed to try anything. See, all the way to before the arrivals of the strangers, right? Which dated back over how many hundred years ago? And the last one was the Benin, which was late 1800. Since then, no part of the country, no tribe, no region were allowed to actually form their own government, which is at the center of what Ososo, a whole small village, is going through. It is the coming of those people that destroy the structure of our own leadership that up to today we are still facing. So we are never allowed to form our own structure. So don't say that, oh, which structure can we put in place that will serve us? We never even try anyone yet as Nigeria people.
Okay. So, can I say what I want to say now and why I interrupted? You see, before you say anything, he is the one who jumps to say people are interrupting.
Allow him to disagree with me. Allow him to disagree with me now.
What I mean? Can
you allow him to disagree? No, disagree with my point. Disagree with my point.
Anybody who opens his mouth to speak will have something to say. And when the person finishes, you can equally bring your own argument. You cannot jump in and say, and you don't want people to jump in when they're speaking, but you jump into other people's system. This is the point.
I'm sorry, but he did finish. He finished now. He finished
I didn't finish. That was my issue too. I didn't finish. And so sometimes you forget. I didn't write these things down. So you may forget after you interrupt and then the line breaks down. So, but anyway, go ahead, KJ.
Okay, so this is it. And I like the submission that Chim made before leaving. There's a tendency of a bigger group dominating the smaller ones. I grew up in Benue. The T people are more in number, even with the Idoma put together with other small other minority groups, and they have constantly been in the authority in leadership positions in Benue since the creation of Benue till today. Now, the Idomas have constantly also fought against that arrangement till today. And there don't seem to be any way out, because right now, the Igalas who used to kind of balance it out have been taken out, and they are now in Kogi State. Yeah, Kogi State. So, will there be a time when everybody will accept that everything is done properly? There may never be, but we can manage it by putting things in place that can help the minorities to be able to feel that they are being what they're not being marginalized. And I agree with Forefather on this case, and I sympathize with people in the Niger Delta. The only place where I get a bit lily liver with them is if the only interest is to make sure that Igbos don't get it. Any other person can get it. Once it's not the Igbos getting it, they're okay, and they go to sleep. But here is it. Let's go back a little bit. Before even Nigeria became a country, let's go back. Remember that the first known billionaire in Nigeria was an Igbo man. It was Ojukwu's father, who the Queen had the pleasure of riding in his Rolls Royce when she came to do the independence celebration for Nigeria. So what am I trying to say in that example I'm giving? I'm trying to say that there were already some established levels of lifestyle and certain regions. I don't want to say the Igbos now, but obviously the Igbos also have come to a place where their way of life and all that is almost advanced. So in that context, they may, of course, be seek to dominate other people. But some of the goodwill Igbo people who lived at that time also try to balance this thing out. It can't be everybody. And just like when you talk about marginalization now, it can't be every Nigerian leader who comes in who want to marginalize other people. But others will do it. Now, Philip Asiodo, okay, let's not go there. We'll come there when we're talking about oil. People like MT Mbu were the right-hand men of Nnamdi Azikiwe. MT Mbu was, until his death, many years after, was the Minister of External Affairs for Nigeria. A brilliant young individual at that time. He was 29 when all that happened. Now, who was that? When it was the time of the Biafra, Philip Effiong was the second to the commander-in-chief of that. So, in other words, there are certain people who try to balance out these things, but you cannot always be able to achieve it 100%. So, I'm coming back to what you are saying now. What is the system that other nations have put in place which have helped their minorities feel included in the national cake? Let's take example of the states of the United States of America. Left to anybody, California can be a state of a country of its own and survive without any other person. But they are not. Up to tomorrow, they are still looking for how to say they want to be on their own. If you go to DC here, DC is still asking for statehood. In fact, if you drive around DC, you see at every point, you see, DC this advertising the fact that they want to be a state. This is, their statehood signposts everywhere. So I'm simply saying, even in a modern society, there are still people who feel they are not fully being represented. What did they do? A state of like Delaware, which is very small, has a very well represented way of their voices being heard when there's a national election. And the way it's also been, that helps them is that they don't have to wait for the federal government to develop their region. The Delaware governor takes care of whatever he's doing, and then he is responsible to his people. When that is not done, then the people know who to hold. In our own case, it is people living in say, Opobo. When will they go to Abuja to go and hold Tinubu responsible? But they can go to the governor of River State and say, look, you're not doing this for us. And the governor will not have anybody to point to say it's because I'm not getting money from the state. So if we can, and just like we have always said earlier, let the regions run their affairs. Let them contribute to the center. Give the oil back to the places where they belong. Let them do their. And I want to say on this channel, I don't know many of you who knew that the oil policy, majority of it was written by Philip Asiodo. Philip Asiodo from You People's Place. It's not Igbo personal. So if there was anything right from the very beginning when Nigeria was forming its oil policies, go back and look.
Sorry, Philip Asiodo is from Asaba. Is the Delta Igbo.
And that's what I'm saying now. Is Delta not this thing, not oil producing state?
Okay, hold on. Okay. So, Ovia, let me go back to where you stopped, which was you were saying that we were not allowed to form anything. You remember that the structure of the regional government and everything, that we agreed to that. We went and negotiated several periods. Our leaders went to the UK, met and negotiated and agreed. This is the structure we wanted. Okay. And they agreed with Britain, and we're given independence. When they came back, and 3 years into that, the Midwestern people started complaining. Plebiscite became an option, a way for them to say what they wanted, and they were able to say this is what we wanted, and they gave it to them. It happened. So it's not that. And look at this. It's not just Nigeria. If you go to Congo and look at the history of Congo, it's exactly the same thing that happened. So Patrice Lumumba became our outstanding leader. He wasn't the only one when they formed political parties. And when they formed political parties, immediately people formed parties based on their ethnic groups. So they were tribal parties. But he became an outstanding leader, went to Accra, Ghana, went to different African leaders' conferences and shined. And the people at home became jealous. Why should it be you? And people said exactly the same thing that we're hearing in Nigeria, in Congo. They started saying, oh, I'm from Katanga. This is where the minerals are. Why is it you representing us? Of course, there are the external factor that came into that too. But the point I'm making is that we cannot go out and say we were not allowed to. We agreed, we negotiated amongst ourselves. We agreed to this. And when it didn't work very well for one group, we had a way to give them what they wanted. So I'm still back to where the military intervened. The military intervened. And if you read the story of Adaka Boro, that was what triggered him. Immediately the military intervened. He didn't like the idea that the military were taking over the government. He had soft spots for Tafawa Balewa, who was the prime minister at the time. And that triggered him too. He didn't remember January 15th, 1966 was when the military struck. And he declared his republic February 23rd. He didn't even waste time. Of course, the father was telling him, you don't do this. No, you should go abroad and study. He insisted in doing with people he was training behind his father's compound. So, but anyway, the point I'm making is that we are now at this point where there was this disruption of that political process that had been able to deal with the problems of the Midwestern people. The disruption was from the military, okay? And that triggered Adaka Boro to now say, I'm going to declare a republic because I feel that we're being marginalized, and for whatever reason, the military was not the best option for him, and he thought it was the right thing to do. So that's what
I don't think what is that narrative is actually accurate. No, sorry, let me just address that. It's not, sorry, let me just finish. See, that is not accurate, because if you look at the trend of event, the issues that he raised, preceded the military coup, and after the military coup, all he saw was that it's going to get worse, because look at what happened after that. There was a Nzogu coup that occurred first. Nzogu was not even convicted to death, but him was convicted to death by the same leader that was running the country. So what he feared, they were manifesting it. They were not just saying it. So to say that he just preferred this military regime is not accurate, because the issues he was raising started well before the military regime.
No.
All he felt was that it was getting worse.
Forefathers, hold on. What are you what is the quarrel now? I said
no. Because you were painting it like he was just against military.
No. He already had his issues with the region. This is Eastern region. So when the military coup happened, he now felt, remember, from January 14th, 15th to February 23rd, he now felt that he was ready to declare a republic of the Niger Delta out of that. Why? In his book, those I read it, that based on all the analysis I have seen, in his book, he said he didn't like the idea of military government. And he felt this is an opportunity for me to now break away from Nigeria entirely. So
for me, looking at it, it's obvious why he did it. The same group that he has seen that he's complaining about as part of the government have now taken over. And then the person that confided that when he felt that now they are even going to be more powerful over him, so that's when he felt that, okay, this is not going to get any better. And believe me, the North was thinking the same thing, the South was thinking the same thing. That is why even it was 1967 they created a River State. So because of some of these agitations, that is the reason why they created River State. Because they felt that the Southeast was going to oppress them even more. If it was you, what would you think? That's what you would think. And the results were also clear, because look at how Aguiyi-Ironsi administered justice. He didn't, somebody that literally killed the first prime minister of a nation. He didn't convict him to death.
It wasn't Aguiyi-Ironsi that killed him, remember?
No, I mean Nzogu that did. You didn't convict that one to death.
Nzogu
convicted Isaac Adaka Boro to death.
No. But forefathers, your analysis is not quite, it's not right.
Nzogu was not convicted to death.
No,
am I wrong?
No, Nzogu was responsible for the activities in the North.
But he carried out coup. He wasn't convicted to death by Aguiyi-Ironsi, but Aguiyi-Ironsi decided that, okay, Adaka Boro's one definitely should be dead, even if his own resulted in far less lives lost, or even of consequential Nigerians losing their lives. But he convicted him to death. What does that tell you? This is the disingenuous behavior of Nigerians, again, showing up everywhere.
No, forefathers, you are not tying this thing properly. The coup took place in January 15th. Adaka Boro's coup took place February 23rd. So you're not tying it properly. You can't say that because Nzogu was not arrested. At the time the coup took place, Adaka Boro had not, his coup had not taken place.
So are you saying that he should have committed the coup the same day as Nzogu, so he doesn't get convicted? Is that it? What kind of narrative is that?
The point you are making, that it was because Nzogu was not jailed. That's why. No, because they didn't. The coup, Nzogu's coup came first, and then almost about a month, more than a month later, a month and a few days later, Adaka Boro, because he wanted to profit from the confusion that the nation was thrown into, and so he decided.
Come on, don't do that. He wanted to profit from the. Come on, man.
Yes, because already
this kind of disingenuous behavior that I don't like.
Let me finish. Because there were grievances all over, and then Nzogu's coup created some confusion, some disequilibrium in the political system, and so because his own part of the country, the South now that you call it, also have grievances. So he thought that was an opportunity for him to also break away and form his own republic. So that was what happened. But to say that it was because Nzogu was not arrested, that is why Adaka Boro, they don't.
No. That's not what I was saying. I wasn't saying that. What I'm saying is, it proved what Isaac Adaka Boro did at the time to be quite apt in terms of judging Nigeria correctly. Not that during that time he was thinking like that. But if you look at it now, Nzogu committed a coup that resulted in consequential Nigerians losing their lives and almost upended. In short, as a matter of fact, it led to a lot of serious consequences. But he wasn't convicted to death. But Adaka Boro, that later on committed did the same thing. No, even declared secession, but didn't result in significant amount of death of even any consequential Nigerian, was convicted to death. How does that, if it was you or any group, why would you see that as justice? You will not see that as justice.
No, but is that the reason why he planned his coup? Is that the reason why?
No, but the reason is that Nigerians are biased according to the people that they are dealing with. If the person is from this ethnic group, they will treat them differently from the other group, and they favor their own group. I gave you a lot of examples that he gave at the time. I didn't even know this existed. That they were putting this in headquarters of let's say something that should be in the Riverine area. They will put it inland in the southeast region. Some of these things we today are accusing Lagos of doing, they were doing it then.
Okay. So let's go back.
That's us. That is us.
Let's go back to a sequence of events. So the
no, Dr. Dameji, wait.
Hold on. Father, I'll come to your OVA. I want to clear some things. The coup happened on January 15th, 1966. After the coup, Nzogwu surrendered to the federal authorities. Ifajuna ran away to Ghana. So Nzogwu was picked up, put in Kirikiri prison. There are stories that he was tortured, but he was kept in prison. They started looking for Ifajuna, who ran away to Ghana, and they wanted to get out of them. In the midst of this thing, what is going on February 23rd, Adaka Boro declared a revolution, or the Republic of Niger Delta. Okay, so that's how the sequence of things. At that point, when he declared that, Nzogwu was still in prison with other coup plotters. They've not even gotten Ifajuna from Ghana to bring him back to Nigeria. So it wasn't that there was no process going on. So I'm just pushing back on your argument that these people were not killed. Yeah, they were not even tried. They were still in custody. The ones they've gathered, the other ones, and the country was in disarray, because at that point, based on the killing, this nature of their killing, which was now interpreted to mean that some people were encouraged to escape the country, there was no action taken at that point. So then this another effort to dismember the country. Remember, Irunsi, no matter what people think about him, was a product of the British. And people like that, like someone has mentioned Asiodu, who I know very well, these are products of the British. They believed in that Nigeria as one. They were, that was, even Ojukwu at the beginning, Ojukwu believed, and that was why he foiled the coup of Nzogwu. Ojukwu was not thinking that this is an opportunity for Igbo people to take over the country. He believed in Nigeria. That was why he foiled. So
what is your argument? Is your argument
I'm saying that the sequence of what you are saying, you're saying that
just by chance they committed Isaac Adaka Boro to death.
What I'm saying is that you are arguing. The argument you are presenting is that because the coup plotters were not killed, that was one reason why Adaka Boro decided. No,
that's not what I'm saying. What I'm indicting the Nigerian state and the way we as a people behave. Mm-hmm. I'm not talking about that. That's what caused. In a way, it is what caused it, but not directly.
How did it cause it? I'm saying that these people are still locked up and are not yet arrested.
What causes is marginalization and the idea that one ethnic group is biased against each other. But it's not what triggered the coup itself in terms of, because I think Nzogwu wasn't punished, so I should go and do my own secession movement. No, that's not what triggered it. It's the marginalization and tribalism in Nigeria. That's what triggered it. Clearly he was right, because if you look at the way things were going then, people that committed something even more grievous to the nation were not convicted. They say there's a process going on, but his own process went very smooth.
One small portion I will add to Forefather. I just want you to understand this. Once we were speaking to some of the people who took part in those things, and the man said, "Why we are speaking the way you are speaking? Why didn't this? Why didn't this?" The man said to us, "Remember, at this time, there was no telephone call. It wasn't like you have cell phone or you have telephone in your house where you can just rush and go and ring the other person and say, look, this person is heading this direction." Communication was so minimal. And even the military, not all the military formations have the telecom, that they are the normal telecommunication, not everyone. So sometimes you have to send a soldier physically with a jeep to drive to other Lagos or this place to go and deliver information. So what you're simply saying was, whilst we are looking at it the way we're looking at it, they were not able to communicate with that real-time communication. Sometimes it takes 3 days, 4 days before whatever you are passing through will get to the other side. It wasn't like everything was in one place, so you just called the other person. So understand the situation Nigeria was facing at that time. Not, in fact, very few vehicles was even in Nigeria at that time. So what are you saying?
Oh, I hope you understand the situation that all the ports are being put in Lagos now, because there was a lot of trouble. See, you can make every excuse you want.
Yes, for that, I don't want to take you on that, because like if we judge from your own performance on this platform, from your own performance on this platform, you have never agreed with anything that anybody from the East has ever said. Whether it is saying or not, you have never agreed. So now it's so surprising that you are now arguing from the point you are arguing. Come, wake up now.
All right. So this is very important. I like this Adaka Boro story because it makes us to consider things from a different angle. Okay. I'm trying and understand it in the context of what we are still doing today. Okay. For example, I'm
Dr. Lamiji, but we are going too far from where.
I'll come to you next. Example, I want to think about January 15th, what happened in the country. And then on the 23rd, why somebody will decide, okay, I have 150 something people I trained at the backyard. This is the best time for me to declare Republic of the Niger Delta. I'm not saying he has no good reason to do that. I'm not questioning that. I'm thinking, because hold on, at the same time, that's the issue I have with the people that decided that in whatever year that we want to start a movement for the emancipation of Biafra. You know, when you look at the country and look at the structure, you think this is the best time and you are ready. So I'm asking the same question about Adaka Boro. What made him think he was ready with the number of people he had to declare a republic, and that's it's going to go well? Anyway, we'll get to that. Ovia, say what you want to say. I'll come to you, Tony.
I will stand on the protocol you established. Now, history will they teach here. The last they teach, don't teach me nonsense. Our people say, if we don't know where they go, you know where they come from. I'll push it back to you again. We were never allowed to form our own government up to today. The last time any people within the region have self-governance was 1897. That was when the exhibition of the British people invaded Benin. And the whole country was amalgamated in 1914. Ever since then, there's always external factor that dictates what goes on. And you put it well within your own conviction that they had to go to London to go negotiate. What kind of freedom be that? In the 60s, me and my neighbor, would they fight? And if I would take over myself, I had to go to London. I mean, we are teaching history here. And you said it's a sequence. Let's follow events. Since 1914, no portion of Nigeria was allowed 100% to form their own government. And that's where we are here today. And to say that we don't understand what Adaka Boro was fighting for, it's also either in disingenuous or academic laziness. That man was fighting for what? Operation. The fact that the people who are in charge of governance of their place were mismanaging resources, whether you want to accuse them directly or it was the system, or it's obvious. Just like you say, we don't know what will happen today. So we should stop saying that we are allowed to form our government. Just like when all these are foolish politicians, they run up and down, they go London, they go British. It is not out of their will. That's what they call gun diplomacy. If I put gun for table, I'm going to negotiate. What leverage do you have? If you and I will do negotiation, and say, may you come in house, what leverage do you have? If they call the Igbo politician and say, we could go negotiate on a separation, but we will go do one for Sokoto, what leverage do they have?
Ovie.
Yes.
The conventional wisdom across Africa today is that it's no longer sustainable for us to say we were not allowed to do this. We're not allowed to do this.
We're talking about history.
Let me finish. It's no longer conventional. It's no longer acceptable that we should just keep saying we were not allowed to do this and allowed to do that. We are old enough to decide for ourselves. What they are talking about Europe, telling them, this is our strategy. We want you to stop immigration. Everybody's under do this. You're not allowed to do this, and you should be able to do something. So we have made decisions, and we continue to make decisions. If we are in our own favor, it's our fault to be there. No, there's no day that America will raise their hands and ignore you, or Britain will ignore. They have interest. It's for you. This have survived. India is doing well, just like you. They are not sitting back and complaining. Okay, hold on. Chin.
Yeah, sorry, I beg.
No, that's why we are getting ourselves.
I'll come to you. Hold on.
You good, Rudolph. It's an interesting conversation to have. People must really be mature. It's all this emotive thing is not going to help. And I'm seeing a lot of emotion. Forefathers, you're giving us wrong information. You're giving us information you have no statistics to prove. You're just saying that because you're an Ikwere man or Rivers man, emotional man. No, I'm sorry, I'm being honest. Sorry, I have to attack you on that level. Sorry, pardon me, but I have to. the regional, civilian regional governments, when it came to situating things where they ought to be, you cannot fall that. Do you know who developed transform? It is the same Igbo man called Opar industrial thing should be. He didn't take it to Enugu. So when you come here and you're telling us some fishery thing was in somewhere and somebody was arguing, that's not correct. Please provide me with that fact. Otherwise, you're banding conspiracy to defend your point. Like I will be first to admit to you, because I have read all sorts of books. I have read in the Chamadi's books and a lot of other people. And when you read, you start beginning to see a common pattern and understand where the truth is. A lot of when you start saying, "Oh, Southeast," listen. Do you know why there was a group in the Middle Belt? I'm trying to remember that was quashed. Who went against Sir Ahmadu Bello's government in the north? Do you know that? Somebody Taka and co. People who resisted. So we always come here now. We're trying to make it look like it was only in one east. No, in every region that had a dominant language group, the smaller groups felt oppressed. Fact. It's not something I'm going to come here and deny. However, during those regions, you will find out that those regions were fair in terms of if we discover that where we need to cite this thing is in this place because of where it's the resources, they will go and put it out there. Did their leaders make mistakes? They did. But it became more blatant when we became a unified political system, under unitary political system, under the military government. That is when they no longer were considering the appropriateness of where something should go. Which is why the other day, when we were discussing why Ajakuta is not making progress, we could tell clearly that the history is there, evidences are there, that where they wanted to site that plant was somewhere in Anambra State. But because the Igbo man lost the Civil War, the guy who was running the government there said, these things we cannot reward people who fought us. Take this thing to somewhere in Ajakuta, which is in present day Kogi State. So what I just want to call out, please, let's try and be mature in having this conversation, because if you just want to say, oh, let me castigate this group because I don't like them, or no, then we're just running around, and then you become guilty of the same thing that you're saying you want us to grow up against. And I'm seeing that in what you're saying to them. I'm sorry. And I'm sure a lot of people who are listening to you will be seeing it. Each of these minority groups had grievances. A lot of those grievances they were feeling marginalized. They were feeling marginalized in the sense that some of them was like simple case of these guys are more in numbers. When it is opportunities come, they get it more than us. So someone like Adaka Boro, who I haven't read so much of his history, that's why you see whenever I come, I'm avoiding mentioning a lot about him, is the guy simply saw an opportunity. There is chaos now. If this group can go and do a coup and cut off, I might as well throw in my towel in the chaos and extricate my people out of this situation. Unfortunately, he misread the situation, didn't have the numbers, and then it didn't turn out well. But why are we having this constant hues and cries? Yes, because in every society, even in the UK where you live, the Scots have their problem with the English. The Wales have their problem with the English. But they always find a way, like KJ said, to say, you know what, these things will never go away. If tomorrow we break into Biafra, I can bet you the Anambra man will have a problem with the Abia man. I can bet you that even at your South you're calling, is the man from Cross River, does he have any commonality with the man from Ikwere? But all of you are calling yourself South. Or the one from, even in Delta State, does the Aniocha man have anything in common with the man from Urobo? These things we keep stop bringing them further closer. The only solution, if you ask me, is when we have leaders who will say, listen, this is not going to go away. But what we can do, like KJ said, is put in systems that show some level of equity. There have been Scotsmen who have become Prime Minister of England. Nobody stopped them from becoming Prime Minister. They did. Go look at their history. So that's just the point I wanted to contribute. I think there's so much from forefathers that is making it. The information you're giving us is not embedded in fact. You're just making some emotive. Sorry, I just felt I needed to call that out. Sorry.
All right, thank you.
Let me address him because I need to address him directly because he called me out, and I think he's going to regret it because everything I stated was factually based. While you brought an anecdotal statement to say, oh, because a Southeasterner built Transamadi, so what? Is Transamadi the dockyard that they put in the Aba? Is Transamadi the workers that are not being represented in the South? Is Transamadi the Bayelsa state that had only 2 petrol stations? What are you talking about? The idea, you see, this is our problem. He pretends as if he say, oh, yeah, there are a little bit of marginalization. Everybody feels it everywhere in the country. But it is factual. They are feeling it and they complain about it. And you are pretending, you are trying to minimize it. You see, this is what abusers do.
You're clearly not listening.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish what I'm
you're
saying.
Finished, but you're clearly not listening.
I listen to you. I listen to you because when you say what I'm saying is not factual, I find it very offensive because everything I say is based on fact. Because you don't like the facts. That is why you say, oh, you are just saying stuff. But you didn't address the critical points that I made. And that is how you know when somebody is being disingenuous. He didn't say, oh, after all, Isaac Adaka Boro wasn't convicted to death. After all, Nzogu too was convicted to death. Oh, no, he didn't say, oh, it wasn't a Southeasterner that put these people down. It wasn't a Southeasterner that convicted Isaac Boro to death. It wasn't in Southeast that they put all this infrastructure that should be in the South. No, you didn't address those points. You just said I wasn't being factual. That is what makes you disingenuous. And this is the problem with our people. They don't address facts.
But when I know, you will finish your.
Hold on, let me finish my point. I let you talk. This is kind of stuff that really drives me mad. Literally, you are abusing the fact and saying the person is not speaking factual. That is abusive of the statement itself. Because you didn't confront the point. You completely ignored it. If you want to address facts, you say what you said here is not factual because this is wrong. It's tied to what you just said. That is how you address it. Not just come out and say, oh, you are being emotional, you are not speaking factual. Then you make other points that has nothing to do with the points that I made. Go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so after this, when I came here the first time, I said that Michael Okpara, an Igbo man, Tribune of the Southeast, when people from the Ogoja area, I'm not making this up, facts happened, we're starting to vote a party that was aligned to the Southwest in his enclave called Southeast. As a punishment, he went, used Caterpillar, what we call Caterpillar, and removed tarred roads in that area. It's something that happened. I said it here. I'm Igbo. I said here, in case you were not, fall back to the Southeast and dislodge somebody who was not a Southeasterner, who was cruising to become the premier of the Southeast. I said it here. So I will attack you again. I'm sorry to say. You come to make emotive this thing. You didn't give any fact. You just like, oh, Adaka Boro did this. That's what you said. No, because you are wrong. That's what I'm addressing.
No,
you haven't given us fact. When I spoke, I gave you evidence. Verifiable evidence, and I told you this is why the minority groups in any of these groups.
Agree with your verifiable evidence. I didn't agree with you.
Hold on now. Oh, because at that point it sounded interesting to your ears. But now that I have come and I'm punching holes in what you are saying, you are becoming emotive. Thank you very much for my decision. But like I said, this conversation requires maturity, and a couple of people here are not very mature enough to have that conversation. Have a wonderful.
But you're not addressing facts. You see, we are so disingenuous. This is what drives me mad about Nigerians. He doesn't address the facts, but he says I'm being disingenuous. He's the one that's actually being that way. I'm not arguing with his own point. Did you see me say, oh, the guy didn't build Transamadi? No, I didn't argue that. I didn't come and say you are wrong for saying that. Why should you say I am factual? I'm not speaking facts when you are not addressing the points that I made. That is not logical and it is senseless. And this is what we do in this country. We lie to ourselves. This is why I say we are very disingenuous people. He didn't address any of the facts that are actually stated.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. We'll get to your facts. Ovie, go ahead.
History has little to do with maturity. It has everything to do with interest and dedication. Dr. Dameji, at what point are we here to teach history? And at what point does that teaching begin to be construed as making excuses? Because one of our major problems in the country is that we were stripped of our history. And the fact that we are talking about it and you're saying it's an excuse, it behooves me. The fact that somebody even have to tell you that we should agree that we should forge ahead like this tells everything that you will need to do as men. Our people tell us that the difference between a madman and a genius is success. The reason why we say we don't know what Adaka Boro fight for or what led to what he's doing, it is because at that time people are seeing him as a stupid man, as a nuisance. But 60 years later, we are celebrating him. So the fact that we are saying I'm putting out clearly that we are not a free people, and I subject that me, you, and your guest on Sunday, Dr. Emmanuel, agree on that we are never a free people. So at what point is that an excuse that I am making? At what point a grown man leaving their own enclave, going to another foreign land to go and dialogue on how their own country should rule is an excuse? But if you are saying that, if you are pointing out the foolishness, the incompetence, and our compromise from the days of those that negotiated for our foundation to today, yes, I will agree with you because we are all cowards, we all compromise. That's why we agree that we should not fight for freedom where other people are still agitating. What do we think that the Biafrans are fighting for? It is freedom. It is because they see the external hand that is controlling the puppet that they put on their seat. When my father was alluding that yes, it is the military Ojukwu that killed Adaka Boro. He is not saying that yes, that is necessarily what killed him, but it's because Adaka Boro see not just the direct hand of people who are ruling them, but the external hand too. So he has to fight. That is the only way. That's what men do. So I'm not going to wait for another country to come and tell me to accept what I am not free with. No, if I am not free, it doesn't matter what kind of government it is, it's just I will fight. Man only die once. So the idea that talking about what happened to us is an excuse, I'm disappointed.
Thank you. All right, Tony, let's advance the conversation.
No, doctor, please. I think we need to make certain clarifications here. Because the reason why Kim intervened, and I see the point that he's making, Forefathers has jumbled a few parts and he has turned, history upside down in some of the things that he said. And these things, we are looking at the historicity of the things that happened, at the time, we're talking about. First of all, you have to correct him that, in the sequence of events, which he placed very wrong, by saying that it was because Nzogu was not tried and arrested and put in prison, and then that was why Adaka Boro, had to strike, and if you look at from what you have said and from what you know as history, the two events didn't take place simultaneously. One took place before the coup in January, first coup in January by Nzogu and his colleagues, was January 15th. Adaka Boro, having created that tension and a state of confusion in the nation, because when the coup took place, a lot of things happened. And so there was a lot of confusion. Initially, there was some quiet, but following the events that followed, people started feeling, some sections of the country started feeling that, this is targeted against us. And so there was a lot of confusion and bad blood. Given that situation, and because there were sectional disaffections, there were minority groups that also had their issues against the state. And then following that crisis of Western Nigeria and so on, and the tea crisis and all that, all those things combined, sections of the minorities who felt that they were not being treated well in the nation, some of them took the opportunity. And that was what Adaka Boro did, when he and his, volunteer force, Niger Delta Volunteer Force in February 23rd, struck. So it wasn't because, the placement by forefathers, of the events and the sequence, is wrong. That is one. And two, if you look at Nzogu and look at Adaka Boro, there are parallels that you can identify in the two of them. First of all, these were young people about the same age, you know, who were radicals. Nzogu was very, very radical. If you look at the reports by his superiors, the British superiors about Nzogu, you find that they had written that, you know, they should keep an eye on Nzogu because it was too radical to be in the military. The report is there if you go and read the intelligence report on Nzogu. Now, meanwhile, Adaka Boro was a union leader, you know, he was radical, and he also was disgruntled at the state of the nation. So there are parallels that you can draw, you know, and neither Nzogu wanted a dismemberment of Nigeria. He didn't want it. Adaka Boro himself didn't want it. But he didn't feel happy with what was happening in the state, and he thought that, well, since if we are going to tear the nation apart, let us all go apart. That's the history. And then in terms of who killed him or who didn't kill him, Obasanjo wrote in his book that it was you know, some Biafran rebels were escaping. This was close to Okrika, you know, 3rd Marine Commando, and they were trying to come in through Okrika, you know, to decimate, you know, Biafra from that region. Because that, obviously Biafra was weak from that region. They didn't have ships, they didn't have boats, they didn't have, so they were not, that area was very, very vulnerable. And so they're coming through that area. Adaka was fighting, you know, also from that area under the command of Black Scorpion, Adekunle. Okay? So the circumstances, if you read some historical, some narratives, you'll see that they will tell you that it is uncertain how he was killed, who killed him. But if you read General Alabi Sama's book, you will see clearly he puts the blame on Black Scorpion. You know, it was just an ambush because Black Scorpion never went on well with Adaka Boro. And so, but it's neither here nor there. But the bottom of it all, you know, to say the way forefathers is pushing these things, basically saying that this, you know, if you read him in between, I hope I'm right. He's just saying that, you know, the leadership at that time, in that confused state, when Agi Ronsi just took, you know, over, he didn't quite take control because it was a situation that was not anticipated, you know, and so the country was in crisis. And then he was trying to find a path through which he can calm nerves, you know, and then proceed. So in that calculation, if you are reading ethnic motives to it, then just the same way they are reading ethnic motives to the failure of the coup or the partial success of the coup, you know, you have to look at the circumstances at the time. This was people who just came in, you know, the situation threw up people who were not prepared for what, you know, became, you know, after the politicians, you know, had been taken out of office. So I think in trying to read this situation at this time, I think it's proper for us to look at the people who, the situation at the time and the circumstances in which they did whatever they did, you know. So I don't think that you'll be reading ethnic motives to the development that took place at that time, because that's what obviously you are doing. Everybody was disgruntled. Everybody was unhappy. Things were not going well. And so what happened. Unfortunately, you know, the reading, you know, is different depending on, you know, your perspective and from where you're looking at the situation. I think that's the situation now. But thank God for some of the books that are coming up now and giving us you know, maybe a clearer picture of the events and the things that happen and why, what, you know, and the consequences. Let me just stop there. I don't know if I'm making sense.
You are. Thank you.
I think what he basically said was there's no tribalism in Nigeria. Well, basically, that's what he's saying. The events that occurred had nothing to do with tribalism. That is true. You believe that?
No, I don't think so. I think that the way there's a challenge we have, which is for this generation. We just cannot imagine Nigeria of the 1960s. It's something beyond what we can really appreciate. Let me give you an example. At that period, we tend to, I think KJ pointed out the number of vehicles in Nigeria and how crude some of the thinking of the people that period, and how there were so little number of people who were educated enough to even to be able to make make decisions for the country. But the biggest thing is that the majority of the people, I don't want to reveal some things that are going to come out in a book that we're still working on, that from Asiodo. But the majority of people then had, their foundation is the Zix movement, which is totally different from what we have today in the country. They believed that Nigeria had a role to play, big role to play in Africa, and that Nigeria should be that big country. There was no reason, they were not thinking at that point, at the beginning, that we should break down into small territories. So that was the reason why Ojukwu was totally against the coup by these people, by Nzogwu and the Ifajuna and other people. He was against them, and he stopped them. Ironsi, on his own, was not thinking about being an administrator of a country. That was totally out of his league or anything, preparation. Nobody trained him for that. But he came to him, and all of them believed that the goal is, how do we keep this country together? So I'm narrowing down to Adaka Boro and what happened to him. Okay, I think we've agreed the minorities were not happy in the original structure of the country. The coup happened. I don't want us to go into the coup because there will be so many diverse arguments about why it happened. But we know that part of the reason is that if the Western region were to be at peace, probably there wouldn't have been that coup. Okay, I think that's what historians agree, that people were angry about corruption and everything else, that Nzogwu, the statement he made and everything. But if the Western region was at peace, there wouldn't have been that coup. So we can agree on that. So now back to, I want us to center on Isaac Adaka Boro for today, at least. Adaka Boro decided in this environment, and I hear what Forefathers is saying. Forefathers is essentially saying that he looked up and saw that Igbo people planned a coup, because that was the argument that we were putting out that time. And he saw that Igbo people planned a coup, and he felt, if I'm wrong, you can correct me, and he felt that the situation of his people, the Niger Delta people, would be worse if Igbo people took over the country. And that was why he said, this is the right time for me to declare the Niger Delta Republic. Am I right, Forefathers?
I think that is part of it, but I don't think that is the only reason why, because the injustice already existed. It was already a kind of firebrand. I
agree with you. I didn't say
so. When he saw the nation was falling apart, and the people that took over these senior positions were some of the people within the Eastern region that actually put his own this thing that he saw as the people that were oppressing them. So you can see why he too will feel like, okay, I too, because the North was feeling the same thing. I too want to go. Remember, you created a scenario that, okay, all these people wanted to keep Nigeria together. Maybe in their minds, they wanted to do that as individuals. But everything that manifested on the ground seems to paint a different picture. And to the point whereby this is what should indicate what was going on in that time. For a military leader to go and pass a decree that a section of the country or any part of the country should not be mocking any other part of the country, it tells you what was going on the ground during that time. That something unsavory was going on. And the fact that I find that in Nigeria, we pretend as if we don't know. We say, these things are not happening, but everything else, we know our history very well. But we know what happened. The guy, Agwin Rosin, maybe you are right. Maybe he wanted to do the right thing. Because for him to go and pass such a decree, he was trying to control his people, saying, why are you behaving like this? Why are you trying to be maligning other fellow Nigerians? You should stop it. But that didn't save him, because everything that was going on in the ground, the North was feeling very agitated. What was going on in the North was happening in the South. And that is what manifested. That Adaka Boro just manifested it.
Okay, so we'll get to the end of, okay, hold on everybody. So we agreed now that he planned his declaration of Republic of Niger Delta Republic. It didn't work out in 12 days. The Nigerian government squashed it. Now, I'm just trying to put myself in that situation to wonder what happened that period and how it happened with his army. When you have to remember, when Ojukwu declared the Republic of Biafra, people may not know this. The Gowon administration decided that this is what they said to the world, that it would be all they needed was a police action, that this wouldn't be a war. The idea was that it would take a few days, just like they did to Adaka Boro. In a few days, they will finish they will bring them back into Nigeria. That was, and they were thinking, and they had reasons to believe that because they were in the military. They know that people, for you to challenge a government in power, you don't have the military, you don't have the ammunition, you don't have, the trained manpower. So they thought the same way they treated Adaka Boro was the same way they were going to treat the Biafran Republic. And it didn't matter who was.
I'm unsure that is true because the eastern region was a major block of Nigeria. I'm not sure they thought that they didn't have weapons.
They actually used the word police action, that they were not fighting a war.
Yes, Gowon did. Yes.
Police action. That was what he said. And there was no reason not to believe that. It's not about, they don't have the arms in the east. How many soldiers do they have when they started? They didn't have the soldiers. They have officers, but they didn't have foot soldiers. Nigeria didn't have a lot of soldiers at that point to begin with. But most of the foot soldiers are not from the east. They have officers. So they had reasons to believe. But most wars don't go the way you planned it, but they had reasons to believe that. So they were going to use a police action to deal with the Southeast and bring them back to the Union. The same way they did to Adaka Boro. In the case of the Southeast and the Biafrans, it lasted 3 years. And in the case of Adaka Boro, it was 12 days. Are we in agreement about this? Go ahead, Ovia.
No, because I mean, this is it's like using one state. When one state come out, you want to fight the whole country, and using it to compare 3 states or 5 states that come out. That's what it is. So the Niger Delta, I've noticed that Isaac Adaka Boro, used to wage war against Nigeria. I mean, they can't even defeat the eastern region, not to talk of Nigeria. That's why it lasted like that. I understand that Gowon underestimated the Southeast, but I am not surprised. In fact, if not to the fact that the external help that the Nigerian state got, I think I would say maybe the other state will win. And it happened. It's like that because it's just like what happened in the United States during the Civil War. The first time we have two military that graduated from the same college actually going head to head. Yeah, so in that, what I'm trying to say is that the Biafran dominated the Nigerian military before the even period to the Civil War. So in a way, it may be intelligence-wise, technical sound, and whatever you want to think of, they are better than the Nigerian side. The only thing the Nigerians are more than is numbers. They have more population, which go back to support what Nigeria always argue for. That if you have better military, we always try over numbers. So the Biafrans were more trained, we have more experience, they have more, everything was more towards them. They have more upper hand than the rest of. That's why, and again, I always pointed out that at the key of the agitation of the Fulanis those days is that the Igbos are dominating everything. Ironically, it's the other way around now. So I think that actually had to be stated to see one of the reasons why they were able to actually hold the Nigerian side up to that. Yes, the Gowon, maybe if not me too, I would say the same thing because they know when push comes to shove, the external help will always come because they have upper hand in terms of what to bargain with. They are bargaining with the oil that they just discovered, who is going to be more in charge and all that kind of. So they know they will eventually get help, other than if they don't feel bad by themselves. So I kind of understand why go that way. And again, I give it to the Biafrans, and I understand why they were able to last that long. And for me, they would have been able to come on top of the saga. But to compare with what Isaac did with his Niger Delta 12 days, I mean that's not fair. Yes, so yes, I'm like, even at that time, if it's making it just the eastern region alone, the region led by Ojukwu, there's no way it can even be those ones. Not to talk of now, the journey in Nigeria. So, and I think it informs. If you read some of his biography, it informs why he also had to pinch tent with the Nigerian state, because he knows last, these people go win. Nigerian state will always win. They may be better off if they join that. So a lot of our things also have play out. And again, and I think one of the reason I kind of don't take these our military generals, those that survived, those people that wrote book. One thing I don't actually take them serious in terms of what they produce is that, and I have truth, then they talk. Dr. Damage himself just make it clear to us. These guys were young. They are in their late 20s, early 30s. America is already on ground. British is already on ground with their heavy investments. The fact that they are not even imputing any sentence of their influence in what is going on locally is not helping our conversation. It's not helping the Nigerian story. It's not helping our history, because there is no way, right? None of them write this. None of them even pointed out in this book. I could be wrong. The amount of weapon that was coming from Britain, the role the America play in terms of just watching and helping with intelligence, the role that the French people play, the role that the Russians play. All of these people, they actually go in details in their book, right? So the coup and counter coup, for me, there's outside intelligence to it, because just as Dr. Damage said, what is they call Angwin and the product of Britain. All of them were all trained either in America or Britain or India. So, and again, they all met in Congo. Again, was a pivotal role. None of them, they actually go into detail the role that they use them to play in Congo, who come in contact with them, the role that what happened in the Ghana period to the Abure, not before Abure, because if you look at the way the government changed in Ghana when they outstarted the Nkrumah, everything has to, there's that the same thing, everything linked together. So the fact that none of this book is even saying anything about that at all, just make me to say, okay, they are not ready to tell us, they are not even ready to help us.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
So let me just KJ, hold on. Let me just answer this guy. Just say 4G. He said, what about the military base 82 Division? 82 Division was established in 1972. It wasn't there before the war. In fact, before the war, Nigeria had only 148 officers. The complaint then was that out of that number, about, I think, 58 were Igbo people. The total number of military we had then was about 150,000, around that figure, plus or minus.
Yes, that's what I wanted to comment on. Okay, we didn't have, the Biafra didn't have more soldiers, more military officers than the Nigerian army. The Nigerian army had much more, and in fact, the ones recruited, people who were recruited to execute the war, were about 3,000 initially. Okay, and those 3,000 are with people who are not trained. They're not that they were soldiers before. Okay, so my uncles who fought the war, and I'll just say that and go back to what I want to say. They were trained with sticks. They were trained with sticks. They were carrying sticks, and I've forgotten they used to sing the song, and they all march out to say if there were 100 in that troop, they will tell the rest people once they have been told what formation they're going to take. Those ones in front will tell you that the only this you are going to get for their death is that you make sure you collect one gun from those who are going to kill them. So they line up and they go after these people without any gun. So the first says that die, the other people will battle it out with hand. Anyway, that's a different story for another day. All I was trying to say is this. I think when we tell this story, sometimes let's at least try to be, like Chim said, let's not be too, don't try to color it. Because when you color it, doesn't look good, it doesn't sound well, it doesn't, and like Rudolph said, if not because of external help that came, which Nigeria, and that's where I'm going to, which Nigeria will not accept. Because up to today, Nigeria has never accepted there was an external help. that came in and helped them to sustain the war and even win the war. That's why they will not allow history to be taught. That's why they will not allow, and then as long as we don't allow the proper history to be taught, I'm not saying he who is a villain should not be painted as a villain. I'm not saying he who is a saint should not be painted as a saint. Tell the story the way it is, just like the way Americans tell their story. They don't say, okay, because we are white people, our forefather didn't do evil. They teach it the way it is. Except somebody wanted to change it, but they teach it the way it is, so that everybody will know what it is, and then you know how to prevent it. As long as we have refused to prevent these things, teach it so that we can prevent it, it will keep occurring and reoccurring. We have learned nothing. And like Fofola rightly said, the whatever brought about the war, or even before the war, has not changed. And our inability to refuse to discuss these things, I see, is even one of the basics that I feel pain that we're never going to be a nation. Because if up to this moment, minorities are still saying they are marginalized, majority, certain people who are in government are still saying they are marginalized, who are not in government. Just today, as we are, I don't know how many of you got the news, but Tinubu has removed, the former IG, they have been removed, and he went down 3 steps to pick somebody who is junior to all the people. The whole Nigeria, I don't know who in Nigeria who does not think that Frank Oba will be an IG before leaving the force, which we are hoping that when he comes, he will bring some sanity. But today he's been retired, because I don't see him going to say he will now pay compliment to somebody who is far his junior. So this is what we're looking at. This is what we're talking about. We're still seeing the same thing play out right before our face, in this modern time. This time is not oil any longer. It's position of authority that can influence things. It's not even given amicably, yes, equally. It's not divided equally across board. How then can we now go into things like economy and making sure that anybody who's supposed to get something, or any region supposed to get something, will get it? That's the truth. Thank you.
All right. Tony.
Yeah, Doctor, I think they just touched on what I wanted to say. If you look at Nigeria, the Jaws are perhaps the 3rd largest ethnic group in Nigeria.
You said the 3rd?
Yes, you have the 3rd. Sorry, is it? You have about the 4th.
Okay.
Yeah, about the 4th, not 3rd.
Where do you put us also?
And if you look at, I think for me, what Adaka Boro reminds us, that is for me, is that the plight of that ethnic group, the Zon, for instance, has not been addressed. The same way with, because they are not minorities actually, but to be blessed with the kind of resources that they have. And yet, if you look at a place like Bayelsa, it remains one of the poorest states in terms of development in Nigeria. So you can't have that kind of endowment and that kind of resources that the nation is milking and taking from you, and yet basically those areas, remain, very, very, very backward in terms of feeling the impact of governance. So I think the critical message that Adaka Boro's, life and his, what he did to remind us is that the country still has a long way to go. And that if we haven't done a lesson all this while, all these years, from the need to begin to address those grievances, then the problem that Nigeria has will continue to escalate. I think that's one message that is critical that we can learn from Adaka Boro. And then the other thing that we also, I think, is important, that we learn is that if Nigeria, want to move forward, it also needs to look back at the youth. Because if you look at, we just said here that at the time Nigeria was progressing, if you look at the history of Nigeria, the best time that Nigeria has, whether foreign policy, whether development strides and so on, were those periods when you had young people who took over the saddle of Nigeria and they tried to move Nigeria forward. The present generation that we have of the kind of gerontocracy of people who are tired,
who intellectually, are not Y2K compliant, who are more of analog than digital. So long as Nigeria continues to, push forward those people, we need their experience quite all right. But in terms of leadership, you find out that in the trajectory of Nigeria, those who have done well, the leaders that we know that have done even more better, were those young people. So we need to take the energy of these young people, and instead of pushing them behind and making it difficult for them to, take the mantle of office, we need now to begin to refocus and look at those, capabilities of the young people and see how we can leverage on them to move Nigeria forward. I think that's a part of the message that we can garner from what Adaka Boro did. So if we're looking back, not just that he was a rebel, but that, there were things that he identified and from his life that we can point to help us turn Nigeria forward, particularly at this critical time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony. I like where you moved it. Hold on here, because I want us. We are rounding up. We have almost 3 hours is about to pass. So Tony, pay attention, and KJ, and everybody. So there are people who are saying that after Adaka Boro, we had a series of military rules, and we had people like Ken Saro come up to say the same thing, and that we're not being treated well. We want resource control. And then we had changes in the structure of how things are shared in Nigeria. And at this point, Delta State is receiving more money than any other state in Nigeria from the crude oil producing states. Bayelsa, that forefathers mentioned, is on second on the list, and Akwa Ibom and then Rivers. So they're getting billions. So people will say to you today, to anybody today, where is the money? Why is it that Bayelsa is not developed more than, let's say, Imo State? No, Imo is on the oil producing more than Enugu State. Why has that not happened?
Can I just try and answer that?
Okay.
The cost of constructing the road in Bayelsa is more expensive than anywhere in the country because of the topography. So if you are going to do a road, for instance, let's say 300-kilometer road in a place like the north or in Lagos, if it's going to cost let's say 1 billion to do in those places, when you come to Bayelsa, the extent of work that you're going to do from piling from the preliminary stages to a point where you can solidify the road in such a way that it can last and take traffic, you're going to pay maybe 3 or 4 times more. Now, I think that in our vision, in our plan, a development plan, I think it's important that we look at the various topographies that we have, even in terms of development, that you cannot, for instance, allocate the same kind of resources that you allocate for Lagos or most of those areas where you have the land is solid and you don't have the kind of geography that in Bayelsa and some other areas, rivers, different places in rivers. So I think that should be taken into consideration. More especially since they are the ones that are actually generating the kind of the revenue that has kept this country going for a long time. And my answer is that it's not too much if you invest in those areas, because that's where you get your, that's the cash cow. So if you invest more in those areas, you're not doing anything wrong. In those areas where, we're getting, but you find out that those areas today are the areas that are even denied, those things. Am I saying that governors have done well? No, and that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that if you're looking at, that's supposed to be disadvantaged things in the sense that topography and geography present them in a way that you need to do more for them than some other areas. I don't know if that explanation makes sense.
Yes, let me also add.
No, hold on. Yeah, KJ, hold on. Okay, let's get to. I'll come back to you. Ovie, I want to hear forefathers. I'll come back to you, KJ. Ovie, go ahead.
Yeah. So will this be my conclusion, and they will come back again? So that's
no, we'll come back again. We're not concluding.
Okay.
I thought you had something you wanted to say.
No, yeah, I have something to say about. I don't know. KJ one flex saying uncle now. He fight for civil war. My uncle be that 2 of my brothers, 2 my brother, don't be saying uncle, fight for civil war. One joined the Nigerian military the same day with Isabame, the same units, the same moves and everything. And most importantly, the also was also at that time had to provide refuge for the Igbos where they around us when the Nigerian military took come. Kind of conversation not entirely. So when I said the Biafrans had more intelligent and hierarchy officers among them, I'm talking in terms of ratio. Right? If you're taking the numbers into consideration, in terms of the numbers with the old Biafra and compensate and the numbers of the Nigerians, then you understand that even if Nigeria has 5 generals, Biafra have 3. You still be considered that the general have more higher officer intelligence than them. So that's where I'm coming from. Everything will be black and white.
All right, thank you. Forefathers, so the question is, considering where we are today, what we've gone through, restructuring of Nigeria, control of resources, oil producing states and everything, what's the reason why Bielsa, all the other states that are receiving a lot of money, Tony has talked about construction of roads, but it's not just roads that are when we talk about development. There is issue of schools. There are issues with internet services. There are so many things. It's not just roads, hospitals, and other forms of development. What is holding?
I think what is holding it back is the same thing that we have been talking about all this while. They started from a very low base because in 1990 something, when they created a state, they had barely had anything on it. And I'm not going to say Bayelsa is way behind Asaba in terms of like houses and stuff and how they are constructed and stuff like that. They may not have the same population as Asaba, but the flooding that happens there every year does not help. It decimates a lot of things, and the government doesn't do much to prevent that from happening regularly. And there's also, after the flooding does, then they restart again. And if you look at this, is one of the reasons why I support this Lagos Calabar highway, because the way Nigeria has been structured is, you can see everything is based on not that issue of ethnicity kind of stuff. Because clearly many West African countries developed their coastal regions quite a lot, but the coastal regions was not developed, and neither was in many of the states in Nigeria, apart from Lagos, we're not developed in terms of the coastal regions. Let me finish what I'm saying. So if they're not developed, these are factual stuff. You are distracting me, and it's not nice. These are factual statements that I'm making, and we saw what Aisha's speech showed of Benin Republic. Benin Republic, small country here. The reason why the scene looks so different from Nigeria, because they developed their coastal regions. That scene that they highlighted on at Benin Republic, it was all coastal. Can you say the same for Lagos? No. Because when we come to Nigeria, we just start putting everything in one place, carrying everything, putting in one place, as if there is no other parts of the country where you're going to put stuff so that they will get development in those areas. This is one of the reasons why I support the coastal highway, because I think when you draw a road through that area, then the trade goes through it too. Then the value of this in commercial economic activity will increase there. This is a fundamental fact of economics. We see that in this in Abuja every day, where you see an area that has no road, then they build houses there. And when they build houses there, people that build the houses, they're like, oh, why are you in this no man's land? But the moment they put road there, the value of the property just shoots through the roof. This is what happens. And then there's also the issue that Tony highlighted, which I think Tony spoke well. It's funny, he disagreed with me on everything, but his conclusion was similar conclusion that I would have reached. Because I think the way we should be looking at the country is what is best for the country to produce prosperity for everybody, not always limiting our scope to what is good for my people. Because when you do that, it's not only one thing you're going to make judgment on. If everybody starts doing that, they're going to make wrong decisions for the country. Clearly, the results have shown that we are not making good decisions for the country. That's why we are ending up where we are. We have to start making decisions for the entire nation. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. It's not every region that's going to get the same thing. That is how it works. But everybody will be richer for it. We have to learn that discipline to allow progress to happen. And instead of us to watch like something that should be in the riverine area, they will move it to inland because of what? What is the explanation for that? It has no reason to happen like that. So we have to stop that kind of attitude, because if we had embraced developing the country according to the way that's meant to be better for the country, we will have a River Niger dredged right now. Ships will be going through it throughout Nigeria, and the whole region will be developing a lot faster. The south will develop, the southeast will develop, and most parts of Nigeria will develop. But where it started from, that's why we are talking about Isaac Adaka Boro, because from the very beginning we're behaving like that. We said that we want to work together, but it didn't show based on the way we behaved on the ground, because people were complaining and we're saying, and the complaints were not empty, because the same complaints we are hearing other groups complain about the same things now. Like, it's obvious. Why is everything being put in Lagos? Why are all the headquarters being put in Lagos? People are complaining. They are even putting seaports in this in Sokoto or somewhere in the north. And in Ogun State, they want to put another seaport there. It's like, this is the kind of stuff we do. It's not efficient. It's not the best for our nation, but we do it based on politics. And we have to start thinking differently. And maybe, as some people say, have more conversations about this, because I think Nigerians, when they have conversations, they do make changes, because they made the changes regarding this power generation issue. That I'm not too pessimistic to believe that Nigeria cannot make a change, but we have to be honest about it and not start telling people that, what you are saying doesn't make sense. You are not speaking factually, when you are not even confronting the statement that they made. We have to just be more open to the truth. Because if we don't tell each other the truth, we'll just be lying to each other and cheating each other. And I see, I'm going to stop now. I see it on the street in Nigeria. People bite their tongue to talk to each other. Like this evening now. Let me give you one example of what I saw. Somebody was riding Okada next to me, and I asked him, "Oh, are you an infidel? Why are you riding Okada?" Because all his mates were doing, they were breaking Ramadan. The people around me were like, "How dare you ask him that?" I'm like, "Why not?" It's a joke, because he's supposed to be doing this, breaking his fast, not riding Okada. But that is Nigeria. Nigerians don't speak. They don't talk to each other. Everybody's living in their own silo. It's as if, I don't understand. Maybe it's our leaders' fault that this is happening. But sooner or later, the young generation have to start doing better and having open conversations. Because this idea that, you gaslight somebody, tell them, no, what you're saying doesn't make sense, it's not factual, it's not going to get us anywhere. You are deceiving yourself, and it's not even good for you. It's not good for anybody that is doing that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, forefathers. Hopefully you'll be able to come back from that country. The way you are asking questions. I hope you come back from that. All right, KJ.
The guy was confused.
I'll come to you. But let me just mention that I was in Makurdi, Benue State, last year. And the last time I was there was 92. Before then, I did not see any sign of development. From 92 to what I saw last year. And it made me to ask myself, what other states were created the same time Benue was, and how have they improved? I went to school in Ondo State. Ondo State, Akure was better than Benue. I was shocked by what I saw. So there are factors that would make some states or some people, and I'm sure Benue is not getting the money that all the other states in the south, the Niger Delta states are getting. All right, KJ, go ahead before we come to CM and Chim.
Okay, thank you so much. Unfortunately, I've made me to forget some of what I wanted to say. Yeah, that's why sometimes, and I don't have a biro here to put it down. Okay, yes, I want to first of all agree with your question. And what is your question? Is there any better way we can do these things? The problem with the Nigerian system, which is not because they lack knowledge, but is deliberate, is that they refuse to share the money according to the population. They rather share it according to local governments. and consequently, you who have less local government get the least of the money. I also agree with Tony partially. Yeah, the cost of building, making road in Bayelsa may be difficult, but if a previous government had built just 2 roads alone, by now I think Bayelsa will have been covered by roads. But nobody seemed to want to do the hard one that they will not take immediate praise for, and that is why it keeps going out. And also, let's remember, the overhead bridges and everything built in Lagos was constructed by the federal government money. It wasn't the government of Lagos State that built any of them. So we gather together and develop Abuja, or gather together and develop Lagos. When shall we gather together and develop Calabar? Because Calabar also was the first federal capital of Nigeria. And we should also gather together, put money together, build the coastal line, the line, coastal line in Calabar, develop it to a tourist attraction. Okay, take the East Coast Road all the way to the west, all through that place. Make sure it's well developed. Make sure that people can go for tourism there, because Calabar itself is one of the most beautiful parts of Nigeria. So what I'm simply saying, is coming back to what you asked, is we refuse to do things the way it should be done. We refuse to accept to number ourselves, to know how many that we are in the country. We refuse to even know how many people are dying in the country. We refuse to know how many children are being born in the country. We refuse to know how many are Christians. We refuse to know how many are Muslims. So how now do we know how to even plan and put things in the proper perspective where they should be? So this thing you just asked, this question you just asked, is going to continue to escape us for a very long time. We're not about to answer it because nobody wants to do it. Again, I want to be on note. If I have the opportunity of leading this country, the first thing I will do is I will say to everybody, whatever is in your ground or in your state is your own. Go and develop it. Federal government, pay us 20% of what you have. Whatever you get from your state, put 20% to the central bank. That 20% is what you use to run the federal government. Let those states develop their people and develop their land. We can't continue this nonsense and think we're going to go anywhere with it. California makes a lot of money. It doesn't make all the money and bring it to the center. If we are totally following the system that we copied from the United States, then let's follow it properly. If not, let us go. After all, democracy was copied from Igbo land. We can now go back to our original way we do rule ourselves and put that to become our national way of doing things. Many countries have done it and they've succeeded. I don't think the democracy going on in China is the one that they copy from anybody. Neither is the one they're using in the United Arab Emirates or even Dubai, Saudi Arabia. But these are great friends of America. They don't go there and say, you are not, because you're not practicing a kind of democracy, we're not friends with you. So let us also develop our own homegrown democracy, or better still, go back to the system that worked for, which was the parliamentary system, where is a regional system, everybody can go back to the regions and let people develop. The world is not waiting for Africa or waiting for Nigeria. Africa itself is not waiting for Nigeria any longer because they've lost hope. They've given up hope on us. So if I don't know if you follow the trend of news last week on X, they were laughing at Nigeria. That's what all of them were. Ghana, they were laughing. They were making fun of Nigerians. So if we are come to a place where they're now making fun of us and using us to play their jokes, I think it's time for us to close our doors like some of these Asian countries did and ask ourselves the real question: do we want to be a nation, or do we want to go our various ways? If we decide to go our various ways, which would be my first preference, then we'll do that. If we want to continue as a nation, then let us put the rule and regulation that will govern us. Thank you on that note. I'll stop there.
All right. Thank you, KJ. CM, welcome to the show. When you call CM, you hope that the internet will connect to us.
Yeah, CM, I hope your mic will work today.
It will work. Thank you very much, Rudolph. Good evening. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah. So we've been talking about Isaac Adaka Boro, his story, his life, lessons that we could learn from his efforts. 60 years after, we tried to connect him to the struggle of Ken Saro-Wiwa, the Biafran struggle, and all the people who are not happy with Nigeria as structured. So you can go into it from any of the angles that you feel like. And we are rounding up because we have to close in another 30 minutes.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Actually, the distinction must be made between Ken Saro-Wiwa and the Adaka Boro. Saro-Wiwa was purely, he felt the environmental degradation happening in Ogoniland, and they are not getting anything as a compensation or something for it. So he complained to the authorities. The people, they weren't listening to him. So he took his case before the international community. He went to UN to present to Ogoni Bill of Rights. It was when he came back that Abacha had to start dealing with him. So that is the much I know about it. And I think that is the situation. Isaac Adaka Boro was just a creation of Ahmadu Bello and Tafawa Balewa. You see, during the First Republic, there were 3 regions, East, West, and North. Each particular region has what they call, well, the numerical have different ethnic groups within the region. I want to avoid these normal bogus terms they use. Some may see it as derogatory, some may see it as insulting. Just every region has so many ethnic groups. Then among all those ethnic groups, numerically, one will be more numerous in terms of population than the other. That is to say, if you come to Western region, you have the Yoruba, you have Ishekiri, you have Urobo, you have a Bini, you have Esan, you have Isoko, you have Ijo, you have Igbo, because Western region started from Asaba down to Fadei of Lagos, Fadei area or Shomolu area of Lagos. That is to say, the people of Asaba were being administered from Ibadan. That was when you have we had Western region. If you come to the Eastern region, you have the Igbo, you have some Ijos, because you have Ijo, you have Ogoni, you have Ibibio, Efik, Anang, the Ogoja area, I've forgotten what they call them, Jakam and all those ones. So of all these, Igbo is the most, in terms of population, Igbo has the highest population. The same thing Yoruba in the West. And if you go to the North, where you even have more than 100 ethnic groups, the major ethnic group there is the Hausa. But because of Nigerian, the way they do it, they say it's Hausa Fulani. Normally, Hausa is more than the Fulani. So what tends to happen, the type of politics they play then is, in the representative government, you should expect that if you form a parliament in the East has more land area, that is Eastern region, so more representative. If you go to the West, the Yoruba area had more land area and population. Therefore, if you do it proportional representation, the Yoruba will send more Yoruba people to the Ibadan to represent their area more than Isekiri or maybe Isoko. So what tends to happen is that it started from the West. According to this man they call Pai Edwin Clark. Pai Edwin Clark felt that they were not, because West was making progress. Awolowo was sort of a pace setter in many things. Liberty Stadium, the first industrial estate the first housing estate at Bodija, Ibadan, the first dualized road at Queen Elizabeth Road, Ibadan. They said the 25-story building, Cocoa House, it should have been more than that, but this history, they said that he was not allowed to build more than federal government, which has independence building in Lagos, is 25. So it has to stop at 25. So a lot of things, free education, minimum wage. So this, and then first television in in Nigeria. They say in Black Africa too. So what tended to happen was, Edwin Clark now felt that, or their group, the Ijaw and the Isoko and all those areas, said the development is not coming to their place. Everything is concentrated at Ibadan. Do you understand what Ibadan? So they said, according to this book, the man said, because that is the man's biography, by Edwin Clark, brutally frank. So he said, Awolowo replied them that after all, what is giving money to the region is cocoa, and cocoa is cultivated in the mainly Yoruba area. What they had is plywood and rubber. It doesn't fetch much money. So because of that, they now have to find a way to say they need their own region. That was how the agitation came for Midwest, and they got it. Why they had that referendum, people may not know, is because the white people are still in control. By August 1963, Zeke is still a governor general. In other words, Nigeria is not yet a republic. Nigeria became a republic in October, so about 2 months later. So they had to when they presented their case at the Privy Council in London, it was accepted. So they gave them, opportunity to vote. More than 83% voted in favor. So they had it. Now, that type of thing happening is not happening in isolation. They also want it in the east. The Ogoja area, the Ijaw area, because Yenegoa was part of southeast. Yenegoa was part of southeastern region. So this Yenegoa rivers, something like, let me say, Ogoni, Ibibio, through Eyoeta and all those other people, they said they also need their own. That was the agitation. They've not created it then. But he then found out that it was Isaac Adaka Boro who wanted to champion it, not really because of, maybe for what you will hear. It was Tafawa Balewa, because they felt that the politics which Akintola and the Sadwana was playing, to undermine Awolowo, they want to use it to undermine Zeke too. This was exactly the politics of acrimony that was taking place then. So Isaac Adaka Boro was a creation of Tafawa Balewa. It was arming them. It was federal government. The government of Tafawa Balewa was propping up Adaka Boro. Now, because all these things are not happening in secrecy, the people of Middle Belt, United Middle Belt Congress, UMBC of Joseph Taka, they felt that they are tired of Fulani domination, Fulani Hausa domination. So they want to get out, just like the Benue are doing too. They want to get out. They want their own region. Because everybody has seen Midwest. Midwest is on their own. They are doing things on their own. They felt that, yes, the TV people, they feel they are what the Nigerians call minority, but pardon me, I don't usually say it. They feel that their population is not up to that of Hausa and Fulani combined that are dominating. That you see the Igede, you see the Doma, you see the Birom Bachama, all those Igala them. So they feel that they can do something for themselves. So they started agitating. They want their own middle belt. And Sadwana doesn't want it, but they want somewhere in Zeke's place to be divided. So because we are talking about Adaka Boro, Adaka Boro was a creation. It's not that he had money, all those training, because I had people, I think somebody was saying, how can 15 January 1966 coup happen? Then by 23rd February, which is barely a month, 4 weeks, or just 5 weeks, because 15 to 15 is 1 month, then to 22 becomes 5 weeks. So just 5 weeks and 1 day, then he launched his own. He has been planning for it ever since Midwest had their own region. He has been planning for it. He's been put in the cool, and there's this thing I will share now. The interview given by David Boro, who is the junior brother of Adaka Boro. He granted Punch the interview. So he said that it was Tafawa Balewa. He's in touch with them. So these are the type of policies they were playing. Now, when they went to Aburi, because after the coup, after the 15th January 1966 coup, it was still 4 regions: East, West, Midwest, and the North. It was still 4 regions. Up to January 1967, 1968, 1969, 1970, 1971, 1972, 1973, 1974, 1975, 1976, 1977, 1978, 1979, 1980, 1981, 1982, 1983, 1984, 1985, 1986, 1987, 1988, 1989, 1990, 1991, 1992, 1993, 1994, 1995, 1996, 1997, 1998, 1999, 1900, 1901, 1902, 1903, 1904, 1905, 1906, 1907, 1908, 1909, 1910, 1911, 1912, 1913, 1914, 1915, 1916, 1917, 1918, 1919, 1920, 1921, 1922, 1923, 1924, 1925, 1926, 1927, 1928, 1929, 1930, 1931, 1932, 1933, 1934, 1935, 1936, 1937, 1938, 1939, 1940, 1941, 1942, 1943, 1944, 1945, 1946, 1947, 1948, 1949, 1950, 1951, 1952, 1953, 1954, 1955, 1956, 1957, 1958, it was still 4 regions. When they went to Aburi, the essence of going to Aburi was to restore the way the regions were. Nobody is talking of dissolving. What they want is to restore the regions the way they were, those 4 regions. And if there is need to create another one, they will not agree, even to promote a soldier to a general. It was discussed at Aburi that the whole 4 regions will agree before you promote, so that they want to make the center to be weak, so that the power will be in the region. Even if a region wants some from a region, they want to create another one, like they want in the southeast, the eastern region, and then the north. This was what they wanted. Gowon came back. As at then, what the British diplomats were telling Gowon was, the oil is in the east. The east will be the richest. Even if you create the region, that will be the richest. You the north, because that's where they want the power to be. You don't have anything to control. So Gowon refused. That was why Gowon refused, and then started to create state. So Rivers State was not created as a result of agitation. Rivers State, Lagos State, Benue Plateau State, Northeastern State, Kano State, Kwara State, Northwestern State, North Central State, Midwestern State, Western State, or East Central State, and Rivers, all of them were created on 27th May 1967, just to make sure that they caught Ojukwu, said let them put Ndi Igbo at the center and then deny them access to the sea. In denying them access to the sea, there are Igbo-speaking people extend to the sea. So the best thing to do is to carve them out, put them as part of rivers, put some as part of Cross River, and then leave them, so that carve it out the way it is. No wonder today that Ikwere is not telling you they are Igbos. But as at 1967, Ikwere man, they were told not to say they are Igbos, because if they say, Ojukwu will be claiming that. So this is what happened. So Adaka Boro was a creation. How he died in the war again was also part of federal government. It was also part of federal. It was a conspiracy. They murdered him. Isaac Adaka Boro was a creation of the federal government of Nigeria. He was the people that was arming them. It is not that within that 5 weeks he was able to raise soldiers. He'd been training them before, but waiting for the opportunity. Immediately this one happened, in the midst of the confusion, he launched his own. Unlucky for him, it was crushed. He was unlucky. Probably if he had done it earlier, I don't know what would happen. So that was what happened, but people do not. So one thing you must take out from what I'm saying is that Isaac Adaka Boro was in touch with Tafawa Balewa. It is not just his own initiative. No. It was the North that want to use him the way they used Akintola to penetrate the West. And they make sure they jail Awolowo. And then who will see Awolowo in prison when he's a champion of the Yorubas? Look at all the things he gave them. They started Operation Wait here. They rigged the election of 1964. Remember, the first election was 59. 5 years later, being a parliamentary system, it should be 64. 1964, as at then, Awolowo is already in prison. Awolowo was imprisoned in 1963. So when they did the election in 1964, it was massive rigging to install so that Akintola will take charge with Saduana. It was their party, NNDP, Nigerian National Democratic Party, that won. So the thing incensed the Yorubas. They won't take it. They won't take it. They started Operation Wait here. And if some people may know, because of that Operation Wait here, the East, Emeagwali Okpara saw what was happening in the West. What he did was to dispatch Eastern Nigeria Broadcasting Corporation to go and be broadcasting the original result from the West, from Awolowo's compound, Awolowo's bedroom. If you want to know about it, go and read You Must Set Forth at Dawn by Professor Wole Soyinka. So to be able to do the solidarity to the West because of Awolowo, what they also did was to bring Mrs. Awolowo, HID, Hannah Ididolu Awolowo, and make him a minister in the Eastern region with Mercedes car and everything they gave to her. Don't quote me. Go and read Wole Soyinka's You Must Set Forth at Dawn. So this was the type of policies they were playing then. So Isaac Adaka Boro we are talking about today was just Tafawa Balewa to undermine Zeke, and then to make sure that because the Middle Belt want Joseph Taka, they want to have their own region, therefore they should also have one in the southeast. But if they want to have it in the southeast, they wanted to create carve out Cross River because of Eyoeta, what Zeke did to him, so that he can have his own. But that is the reason. It was Eyoeta's initiative. But because Isaac Adaka Boro is more militant, that was why they were supporting him. Because Eyoeta wanted a democratically created state. When Zeke removed him, he felt that after all, the people of Midwest submitted a referendum request that they in the Ogoja Cross River, they call it Ogoja Cross River Akwa Ibom, Uyo, they will submit their own request. The idea of Adaka Boro was just Tafawa Balewa to undermine, because if he wanted to create, he would have accepted the request of Eyoeta and give them, because it's democracy. But if he does that, Zeke and Diawo will also insist that the middle of the people of Benue State should be free, which will balance things out. But they don't want that. Tafawa Balewa they want the north intact, but they will be creating region in other places. So these are the type of balancing, precarious balancing that people should be able to note. So when we're talking about Adaka Boro was just a creation of Ahmadu Bello and the Tafawa Balewa. It wasn't just because he's doing it because of Niger Delta. No, forget about what people. And the state was created because of Aburi, just to cut Ojukwu. Because Ojukwu came back in January. He was waiting for Gowon, announced what was reached. Gowon said he had malaria. If you doubt it, I give you an article Gowon presented on his own way. He said he had malaria. January, February, he had malaria. 1967, March, he had malaria. April, he had malaria. Till May 27th, he now went and created state. There was nothing at Aburi. Then at Aburi in Ghana, they never discussed state creation. So why did one do that? If not because of a prearranged what they want to do. Let me stop here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CM. Let's see.
CM, hold on. Don't finish the book. CM, hold on. You're trying to finish the book.
Hold on. Let me welcome to the show Recolonization and Show. Chima, I'll give you 2 minutes only. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't even need 2 minutes, because I'm so happy with how CM has come and buttressed the points. He has beaten me to it. But the good thing, the sharing thing for me is CM was not here when I mentioned Henshaw, Eyoeta, when I spoke about what Zeke did to him. I'm an Igbo man. These are documented facts. You don't come here to come and lie. These are history of where blame should be blamed. You place it there. So, and I hope the man who was busy arguing and I'm asking him for facts sat down to see how a scholar talks. A scholar talks based on books. You read here, and then you put facts together. Not to sit here and be throwing emotions. Emotions doesn't help anybody. But anyway, the point I wanted to make was on the question you asked on why Biafra State is not developing, despite now that you are getting this oil windfall. You asked that question to the man who is being erratic, and he couldn't answer it. Very simple, and I'll leave. These people are getting money. Our politicians are being corrupt. Corrupt politicians are busy putting and pocketing the money in their pockets rather than using the resources to develop and evolve their locations. Case closed. Anybody who is dancing around that is mischievous and doesn't like the truth. But thank you very much, CM. I respect you a lot. You see, when I see people who read books and then they come out and they talk facts, it's cheering for me, as against people who just go and do chat GPT and come here and be throwing things that they're not very effusive about. So that's what I wanted to contribute. You can hand over the microphone to any other person, but thank you very much, CM, for this detailed education. Anybody who really is humble enough and wants to learn cannot dispute what you have said, because this is how a scholar is supposed to speak. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, thank you. Recolonization, 2 minutes. I'm worried about time. Sorry.
Well, I think tonight I will just be a listener, because a lot of things is going on. I don't even know what, but I enjoyed the CM, and let me be a listener today.
All right, thank you. Dexter, at 2 minutes. Hello, Dexter, welcome to the show. Sometimes Dexter will look like an image or picture that we're not sure whether he's a real person.
Dexter has not joined the City Boy Network. That's why.
Dex, can you hear us? Okay, can you speak, or should we move to somebody else?
Yeah, I can speak. Thank you. I think I'm in the same, I kind of share the same, good evening, everybody, good morning. Thank you. I kind of share the same line of thought that Chim shared. I think CM has done...
Hey, can you move close to your audio? Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, I think Chim kind of made a very good point. I think what CM said kind of summarizes everything in my opinion. However, there's this guy that is on Facebook. He's the African Town Crier. I don't know if anybody has listened to him. There's a young guy that does lots of history of Africa. And one of the reasons he says that Nigeria is working the way it is that, okay, the reason why the ports, before the British came, everybody was trading from wherever they wanted to trade. You couldn't tell the person in Bayelsa to take his goods to Lagos if he wanted to export it. You know, you couldn't tell King Jaja of Opobo to take his goods to Lagos if he wanted to export it. Everybody was trading wherever they wanted to, wherever they were. They traded from that point. But the British created a command and control system. And they now say, we've created a port in Apapa. And everybody is forced to bring their goods down to Apapa. I think one of the big problems we have in Nigeria is that we keep on operating pre-colonial infrastructure. And the truth is that Nigeria, whether we want to paper over the cracks, we as a people, we haven't actually formed a nation of our own, because we are still operating a lot of pre-colonial systems. The British prioritized their Apapa port. So you can see that everything happening in Nigeria till today, anything about exports, it's largely, especially after the Civil War, there was a major effort to make sure that the ports in Port Harcourt and in Calabar were not functional, because they were trying to discourage the Easterners, who were the main importers, from using those ports. They put a lot of, a lot of security checkpoints along the Calabar and the Bori, the ports there. And people now realize that, oh, if you go to Lagos, you will not have so many police checkpoints. That was how it actually changed. You know, so there's been a command and control system. And I think the reason is because even in our police force, what you call the Nigerian police force was formed with the idea of the colonial masters putting people in. That's why if you look at the characteristics of our police force, it's not actually to serve the Nigerian people. You know, so I think we haven't found nationhood, which is what pushed people like Adaka Boro to do what he did. You know, we haven't actually formed a cohesion as a nation. However, what's happening in Nigeria is that if people are benefiting, they don't want to speak against it. They like today, people like Nyesom Wike is enjoying it. But can I assure you that the moment he's kicked out of government, he will become the first person to go back to River State and tell them that the resources of River State is supposed to be for River State alone. You know, so I think that's just my small contribution on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dexter. Let's go to Show.
Good evening, Rudolph, and good evening to the panelists, the viewers, and my constituents, the chat section. I think I will wait till the end because I'm not going to contribute anything to the conversation. It's been beautifully discussed. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I've learned a lot. It's a topic that I've, seen once or twice and read about it, but not deeply. But based on the conversation that took place tonight, I've learned a lot. So thank you, Rudolph, for doing this. What I've come here to do is to, bring you news from Twitter or X. So I'll wait till the end so I don't interrupt the flow of, this Isaac Adaka Boro, Niger Delta Republic.
Now, because of our problem, you come and because of
they don't get news. They don't get news.
I'm waiting for you too.
But there's news. I'll just some headlines over the last few days. I'll just touch. Just highlight them and in closing. But I'll let the conversation continue.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me just inform.
Wait, sorry, Dr. Vamiji, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I be here? Okay.
Okay, let me just inform everybody. It was a show that made us to do this. He was very insistent that this is a very important topic, and we wanted to do it yesterday, but by the time we set it up, it was late. But thank you, Show, for this. And I think for me, I think we should be doing more of this, which is pick a topic, give it 3 hours, discuss it from every angle, and maybe get some experts, to be part of that conversation, more than what we do on Saturdays, where we just, or Sundays, where we touch on so many issues without going in depth. I think we accomplished something today. So thank you so much, Show, for making it happen. All right, so round up. I will go through anybody. It doesn't have to be everybody, but I know everybody will want to speak. But if you have, if you want to give us your final thoughts, I was thinking that at this point we've analyzed what happened from Adaka Boro to where we are today, which is.
No, I haven't done that, and I have a report for CM. I have a pushback for CM.
Okay. Round up your thoughts with that. I'll come to everybody once.
My response to CM.
Yeah, everything you want to say. Just
with all due respect, to say Adaka Boro is the creation of Amadou Bello and Co. is intellectual laziness. And as far as I'm concerned, they lack rational thoughts too. I'm saying that because it's like saying just because Nnamdi Kanu is getting help from either London or Israel or anywhere is the creation of those people without factoring in what led to that. My people say if you see rabbits in the afternoon, it's either they pursue something or something they pursue them. To say that Isaac is a production of Amadou and Co. is to say that his people were living best life before then. Is to say that there's nothing wrong with his people and Niger Delta at all before then. It does. If you are faced with existential threats, and nobody will define existential threat to you unless you who are in that position. Nothing is off the table to get help. For God's sake, some second of Nigeria celebrating that America are here helping. So it doesn't matter where I go get my help, if it's to save my people, which is what Isaac did. So you can classify him as a sellout just because the people that he went to align with to get help is your main rival. That doesn't make any rational sense to not classify him that is a product of Amadou Bello. Yes, he got help. He got help from anywhere he could just to free his people. That's what he died for. So to come here to say it's a creation of another person is to not just to undermine him, but to undermine what he died for and what he stood for. It says, and I'll put it to you again, you just start saying that those people who died during the Biafra War are creation of whatever that the external help that they get, because they also got external help too. So let's be rational when we actually just stand and make a conclusion just because we read one book. Let's say there's a two-way street. We're talking about history here, and just the way there are so many roads to market, that's how you approach history from. So now one aspect of somebody's account now you read. But again, I'll put it here. I'm a Nigerian and I am old enough. I take offense to when somebody go to tell me my history from a third party. No. I see how people who are alive, who are direct part and parcel of this process. In my lifetime, as I see they live, I have brothers who are in their 80, 85 years, close to 90. So most of the things is direct account, they participated. So nobody say, but outside that, it doesn't make sense to say somebody who got help from anywhere in them fit to free his people that is a sellout. That means so is Nnamdi Kanu, so is every other person that is fighting freedom, that is on the freedom fights here in around the globe. That's my pushback.
Thank you, Ovie. All right, let me go to, let's see where we go. Support diaspora voting. Lokopi, welcome to the show.
Okay.
First time in
history, I was given direct hearing.
I thought I should quickly shout.
CM, hold on, okay? So that
guys, let me go underground and be watching so that. Let me leave the stage for now. Thank you for the program. I was enjoying it. I don't know much. That's why I don't want to mess up like Shu said.
All right. Thank you.
Good night.
Dan, yeah. All right. support the diaspora voting. Local P.
Boss.
How you doing?
Thank good. I is the snow. You know
It's
the New York again.
unbelievable. I'm just doing this so that I don't go out there.
Yes, Tony, Tony, are you in the snow too? This your packaging. You're like Eskimo. You know Eskimo.
Let me send you some. Let us send you some snow if you want.
Thank you for your concern, because the guy they inside house, they double up. Something should be concerned.
No, I'm in the office actually. I've closed, but the program is keeping me waiting.
No, not be accident. Let's not be accident. Never. Anyway, what you want me to say? Because okay,
we're concluding. I thought you were watching our conversation, so we're.
Funny enough, I was even shocked when you said we are rounding up. I was like, oh, I thought you started like maybe 30 minutes ago. I swear to God, because immediately I turned on my TV, I saw the notification. I like, oh, okay, let me also join. And immediately I joined, I heard, oh, okay, we're rounding up like Jesus Christ. When did it start? I didn't follow up with where you guys were saying. So I was talking you just 30 minutes.
Did you hang out with Isaac Adaka Boro when you were growing up?
Actually, because okay, the few years I stayed in Bayelsa, yeah, I at least okay in January, because okay, right, my stay in Bayelsa didn't bring me close to him anyway. But for me, the only thing I see there is that he maybe he tried in his own way, but currently Bayelsa, because he's an Ijaw man, but currently Ijaw people are not reflecting the essence of or the existence of Isaac Adaka Boro. If you go to Ijaw land today, you only see the name, but expecting anybody from there, you know, dwelling on the parts or his parts, nobody from A to Z, nobody in that enclave called Bayelsa or Ijaw clan as a nation is doing anything that is in connection with that guy. So that thing, which for me is terrible, because if truly you are fighting for your people and all that, and he fought for his people, and you are honoring him, so like of what he did in whatever festival or whatever protest or demonstration you are doing, but going to any part of Ijaw land today, you won't see half of anything that will tell you, oh, these are the people Isaac Boro was fighting for. So, which is so pathetic for me. But what do we do? That's what I have to say with Confronting Adaka Boro, because for me, nothing changes. Because if you fight and nothing changes, for me, it's like just a way. So the only way forward is to think of what to do next. But as Adaka Boro with Bayelsa people, it's a shame that you go there. Just go there for yourself and see. Even the mentality, if you speak with them, they will really tell you, yes, it's our brother fighting for us. Okay, what's the legacy left behind that people are carrying, that channeling or championing? Go to there, nothing. You won't see half. So just that's the thing I have to say about him, nothing else.
Thank you, Local P. Tony, you're next.
What else to be said? I think that it was good that you brought this out, because that's one area where we have not looked at, you know, generally in our history. Is he a villain? Is he a hero? To the Ijaw people, Islam people, he was a hero. To Nigeria, yes, he fought on Nigerian side, but we still we're not sure. Yes, he was buried in Lagos, I think, and then exhumed and sent back to Isaac Boro Park or wherever in Bayelsa. But I don't think that Nigeria, just like Nzogwu, you know, buried in Kaduna, you know, taken from the war front where he died, and then buried in Kaduna, given full military honors. So also was Adaka Boro. But I think that in looking at his life, like I said, there are a couple of things that we should learn, you know, and like I said, that the issues that brought him up are still there, not being resolved, and in fact, gotten worse. So if Nigeria is looking for a much better country, I think those issues will address them. It's becoming almost impossible now. And I don't see how we'll be able to deal with all those things enough to get people who are disgruntled to see Nigeria as their own. So I just end by saying that yes, it was a good thing that you brought it out. Depending on what side you belong to, I think we need issues like this. We need discussions like this because there are one or two things we can learn. That's my position. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. CM, you can respond to I don't know the person that you wanted to respond to, and then round up your thoughts. 2 minutes.
Overview.
Okay. Thank you, Rudolph. Actually, well, you can draw a parallel between what Nnamdi Kanu is agitating and Isaac Adaka Boro for this reason. You see, I posted a link. This is what the brother, a junior brother to Isaac Adaka Boro, said. That it was Tafawa Balewa that encouraged them to do what he did. He said it, and if you follow it, then you will understand when they started it. I've told you the foundation is the fact that because they created Midwestern region, they create other regions, and you know that if you get to the Eastern region, Igbo is what they call the dominant. If you go to the North, is the Hausa, or they say Hausa Fulani. The thief want their own. So Tafawa Balewa felt that because the thief United Middle Belt Congress is giving the Fulani a tough time that they want to go. And United Middle Belt Congress, if you must know, is an ally of Action Group. If you must also know this, the lawyer that defended Joseph Taka when he was having his case was Bola Ige. Awolowo dispatched him to go and help the people of Middle Belt because he sensed a political gain. These are facts. So everybody wants to protect their own backyard. So Tafawa Balewa had to encourage Isaac Adaka Boro. By the way, when people say, because there are a lot of things I heard that maybe something like Dockyard was cited in Aba. I have never heard it. Dockyard was based in Calabar, not Aba. If you know where it is in Aba, please come and give us the street, the house, because it's a head office. You can say where it is. These are history. It can be verified. The Eastern Dockyard, everything is in Calabar. Then it's as simple as that. There's nothing about it at all. They discovered oil in 1956. By 1960, Nigeria had independence. It was still under share. It was still gazetted under federal. It's not yet in the regions. It was still federal. Part of why Ojukwu was saying that he will seize it from federal. Ojukwu if it's in the southeast, Ojukwu cannot seize it. If it's under Eastern region control or the oil, Ojukwu cannot say I seize what I have. You can't say it. He was seizing it. That's why he seized the oil belonging to Shell, because Shell was contracted by federal government. Not Emayo Bara. Not Emayo Bara at all. So these are facts people do not know. When they want to jump in, they want to say. That's why Ojukwu was agitating that unless he can never recognize Gowon, and because of that, whatever is due to the federal from the East, Ojukwu will seize it. That was how he was seizing the federal, oil this thing. So oil as at that time was not under the control of the East. What the East was using was palm produce. The North, cocoa, granite pyramid. So the West, cocoa. Oil was a latecomer. And when the oil came, it was still under federal. So it was the Tafawa Balewa with what I've forgotten the Swiss consultancy firm. If I have time, I will bring it up. That we are still talking about it. So part of the reason why when Ojukwu was declaring Biafra, they said because they discovered oil, he will go with it. There's a man called Professor G.G. Dara. He's a Urobo man, Delta State University at Abraka. 1968, they formulated Nigerian petroleum, petroleum edict. It is in this book. It is in this book. The man said 1968, they had to seize it. When they seized the oil, so that they will make sure that they control it. During the war, 1968, I remember G.G. Dara saying, now that the war has ended, when he was the editorial board chairman of The Guardian, he said, now that the war has ended, why can't they give us back the oil? Maybe they say it's because they want to prosecute civil war. These are facts. I wish if somebody, I wish somebody like Gigi Dara will one day speak. These are what he was writing. So Isaac Adaka Boro was just Tafawa Balewa encouraging me. In fact, they were even the people that armed him. They were the people that armed him. What he's looking for, what he is looking for, what he is looking for is essentially not a region, because the region where he belonged to is eastern region. The people that are having it at the back, at their head, carrying it on head to get a region out of southeast was Justice Ududoma from Akwa Ibom, Professor Uyeta, the one that Zeke displaced. So they were annoyed. They have to form what they call a Nigerian something NIP, something Nigerian something Pioneer Party or something like that. That was what they formed. So they say they want to use it to get a region of their own because of what Zeke did to Uyeta, which to me, it can be faulted. So Adaka Boro was just an uprising just to cause the confusion there. It's not necessarily because the chap said he want to be Niger Delta Republic. Niger Delta Republic, is it not Fijo? Does he not? Did he include Ogoja in his struggle? He did not include Ogoja now. Ogoja area was not part of Niger, Adaka Boro's what he was looking for. So you see, please, if you want to argue or disagree with me, bring your facts. I don't believe in emotion. Maybe Nnamdi Kanu did this. There's no parallel between Nnamdi Kanu and the Adaka Boro. They are purely different things. Purely. Nobody is gingering. Tafawa Balewa is the prime minister, yet they're encouraging a secession out of where he's the prime minister. Can that be possible?
All right.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you, CM. Let's go to Dexter. You have 2 minutes, rounding up.
Yeah. I mean, what I can say is, I think going forward, if we're not careful in Nigeria, history is going to repeat itself. So I think we need to learn the lessons from the past. If not, then there's no reason. We are just being foolish, And evil thrives when good men keep quiet. When we keep quiet about it. And so we need to start speaking more about it and speaking truth to power, whichever way. I must commend them. I'm not a big fan, but I must commend Showore for his being consistent and speaking truth to power. I listened to the things he had to say today. I think we should encourage that in our civic spaces. If not, the next Isaac Adaka Boro story is about to happen again in Nigeria, because the optics, the outlook is not good. The outlook is absolutely not good. It's absolutely not good. So, but we need to keep speaking up, and not just speaking up. We need to join in taking action. Because speaking is one thing, but we need people like Kwame Nkrumah. They have to leave where they are places of comfort to come back to Africa and join in taking actions. I think that's another thing we have to start looking forward to doing. Join in taking action. If not, then everybody should maybe Nigeria should become a big refugee camp for everybody, for people to try and live. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dexter. Loco P, 2 minutes.
Anyways, back again.
If I don't come to you now, it will be Rudolph again.
No. I've forgiven you long time ago. Long time ago. Don't worry. Why can't you do this on Saturday and Sunday? Why is it only weekend? Weekdays. Do it weekend. That's why I know. Yes, you really mean it. But anyways, you see, this one that we're going back and forth with this people that are dead and gone. Yes, so I think what we should be talking about now with the situation of current situation of Nigeria right now is, look, whatever intention the Ojukwus or Isaac Adaka Boro or whoever, whatever, none of them, at least as somehow they must have helped, but the current effect with which we are experiencing in Nigeria, none of them has shown anything good. So I think the only thing we can do is to pick up the battle from where they left it. You understand? Whatever good ideology, not just ideology, because there is bad ideology. good ideology of unity, good ideology of unity and betterment of the nation. I think that is where we should pick up the baton from and try and run the race. Because trust me, if care is not taken, the bridge between them and this next generation after us, there is no link at all. If we are not careful and we continue with this tribe, that who fought for that one, we'll be careful not to pass any baton from that generation to this upcoming generation. And for what we can see on this social media era, these guys are not interested in whatever we're talking about right now. Talking of our heroes past, they don't even care. What they care now is what is trending and how to make money off social media. So what our advice was is, look, whatever difference is there, put it out, extinguish it, and pick up their baton for where the real heroes of Nigeria, freedom fighters, left it and run with it, so we can at the end hand over it to this new generation that is coming, or else we are headed for doom and disaster. We can see right now what's happening all over the world. This immigration stuff they're talking about, style. Before you know, they will blow their trumpet and start targeting all of us. You that you think you have passport in their country, a day will come, they will tell you, fuck off. It's our passport. Yes, you're not us. You have the passport, you're not us. Fuck off. A day will come. It may not be now. It may be the next 50 years. So for those of us who are above 50, okay, maybe we'll not see it. But from the track of this is their track record, where they are going, this is their yumu speaking, that are speaking to themselves, we know who they're targeting. You understand? You might think you have house, you've settled them, you have their passport. A time will come, they'll tell you fuck off. You understand? So before we will not be here, our children will be here thinking they have a good life. They'll be telling them to fuck off. Please, let's try. I've been drawing here since. Let's try and go and fix our country. We that have opportunity right now in diaspora. You understand? Forget your comfort. Go there and fight for your country. If we cannot go to Nigeria and fight, we have embassies where we can do it. Imagine the whole embassies of Nigeria in the whole of, if at the world, and everybody comes out and go to the various embassy and try and hold them responsible. Do you think Nigeria will not hear? Do you think they will not start listening to us? They will. But if you do it in America and UK did not do it, France did not do it, they will not listen. But by the time this whole country is spread like that, do it. So they said that news will even carry it. Like I was telling you, like let the news, international media, by the time they carry that, look, Nigerians all over the world, diaspora all over the world, they're like agitating. I think the people in Nigeria will listen. You understand? Or at least they will look at what is the problem. So before we get to that level, because what we're seeing right now, the way the world is going, is doomsday for people like us. Enough, a word is enough for the wise.
Look, who you go hold responsible? Reno Mokri and Mahmoud.
See one way they near you, Ovie. He didn't near you for you. He didn't near you for you. See, he didn't near you, Ovie. He didn't near you. Now they tell you say Okpebolo that is doing GSS 1, GSS 2. Now they tell you say he's doing well. He didn't near you here. More we hold ourselves responsible. Who live with the other side?
All right, thank you.
Look, I make my comment. I want to leave.
Yeah, Lokopi, thank you. Let's move on. AJ, go ahead.
Okay, Rudolph, thank you for this program. I want to use this opportunity to appeal to the federal government. Let them return us to the regional governments. But this time, let them specially carve out the Niger Delta with Ogoja, with the minority in River State, or better still, put them all together with Shekiri, with Urobo, with all those minorities. Let them form one good, very beautiful, what do you call them now? Region with their own government. Let us see how it will go from there. Because these people have expert ideas, and the Igbo is their problem. Igbo has been the one holding them up. So maybe we should also put it in writing now, begin to appeal to the federal government as they decide to, we don't know where Tinubu is leading us. It's possible that it's going towards regional this government. Let them not put it again in the east. Let Niger Delta, just be a region like the Midwest. Let it also be Mid-South, okay? Mid-South region, which will now be all of them, Carry it from all the way from Cross River, map them all the way to Akwa Ibom, through to rivers, then all the way to Benin. Okay, no, Benin is not out, it's out. Bayelsa, all of them, all those regions where they feel that because of the sheer number of the Igbos in that region, they have been marginalized. They didn't give them a perfect place where they will now be able to govern themselves. You know, because I'm tired. I'm trying to look for a way where any problem that's coming up from Nigeria will not be Igbo that have caused. Because Igbos are the one causing all the problem. You know, if there's any problem in the southern of Sokoto's house, it must be an Igbo man who is selling behind the house that have caused it. So now, if you look at it, I don't know, some of us, again, when we're dealing with history, know that, yeah, somebody was saying, I don't, if you listen to CM, he didn't quote only one book. Okay, let's appreciate people who have spent time to try to do this research. In fact, some of the stories he's told, I have not read them before, but he's quoting the books, and I'm going to look at them. Yesterday on Sunday, Dr. Obuwafo quoted a lot of books. I wrote them down. Okay, I know some before, but there's so many others which he quoted. I never read, I never even seen. Go and read, do your own research. Don't let somebody be the one telling you. And then if you don't have that knowledge, when you come, listen to people who have it and learn. It is free of charge. Are you charging money for it? No. Some of you come here, you don't even like the program. You don't even recommend it for your friends. You don't even share it. So the mere fact that you are here, at least learn for yourself so I can make a good and informed conversation when next you come. Thank you so much, Rodolphe.
All right. Thank you. And last 2 minutes to Vie before show gives us update on the news. Okay, go ahead.
So come here because of my performing governor, but
you know rich.
No, well, I see him as a up and coming investigative journalist. You know, he's love for book these days. So I want to see anyone present his story, right? Then I go see. But on a more serious note, so CM logic be say because external force na him fund Adaba Isaac, na him give him weapon, na him give him everything. For that reason, whatever his people were going through is null and void. It's subject, it no matter. So for that reason, you should not even see him with the lens of Nnamdi Kanu at all. So Nnamdi Kanu, the fact that what he's fighting for is more important than the help that he's getting for every year and there. On that of Isaac Adaka Boro, the fight he's fighting for is useless, not about not how they go get help. It should be the center of it. So that's your logic here, and it's very it's laughable because just because it's somebody cook 1 or 2 books and it's new to you, you believe everybody not the same. No, right? Just because you know they speak for yourself, don't generalize it. So, but it's all about logic here. When you read book, it's one of this. As far as I'm concerned, there are 3 heads to a coin. There's the head, the tail, and the edge. So if you read the account, the reason we gathered here, I mean, says everything. Unless you are saying what Dr. Damage is saying, he doesn't know, he has no ounce of idea of what he's talking about, because we are here to talk about a man who actually take the state by the horn because of what his people is going through. Nobody has actually go against that fact yet. But to say that he's not a revolutionary, he's not a visionary, it behooves me just because of where he's getting his paper from. But Dr. Dame, I'll round up with your last question. From that time till now, how far? I want to go with the logic of CM, all is well, because the man never died for anything. He died for he just somebody who wants to flex and he need help, he need gun and money, he need to go and approach the other side and flex. So I would say to go by CM logic, everything is still well. But I won't go with that because Isaac, I'm trying to talk fast, I forget it to complete me. But Isaac is somebody, to me, belongs to the generation of revolutionaries. Right? What he envisioned that is people, regardless of their population, with the God-given mineral resources under their bed, they should be able to have a better life. But most importantly, somebody will shit. But most importantly,
their people deserve a voice at the table. At least if we know if you give us freedom, give us a voice at the table. And that generation, even though you know survival, led to the creation of, at least even to enjoy people alone, almost 3 states, Rivers, Bayelsa, and the rest. So if you look at it from that point, then you now ask, what the following generation, what did they do? The likes of Wike, Amechi, Odili, Ibori, Igbenidion, Oshomole, the current Senate president, my current governor. These are the generation of 30 percenters, right? If them Isaac had a vision of having a freedom, having a voice on the table, and eventually have a voice on the table, and the resources that believe that it will make well for them, even as long as the Nigerian state is, as bad as it is and everything, we still have a step ahead of every other, most of the states. We are giving 13% since the beginning of this Fourth Republic. So that money is not seen in anywhere from across the length and breadth of the Niger Delta. So I'm not going to say just because I am here to uphold what Isaac fought for doesn't mean that the generation that preceded him live up to expectation. No, we have failed, including myself, because I belong to the second generation after Isaac's generation. So we have failed, and I think Isaac hold the Ijaw people, CM hold Ijaw people an apology, for undermining what they were going through, which led to the deaths of their own son. And again, if you know apologize, I agree, because after all, some idiots were in Asu Rock collecting an award from Ogoni land. They were celebrating. And I shed tears. I say Isaac would scream for where they rest, where he's resting today. Seeing those men collecting award from Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Why he opened the region again for the external extractor to come and extract, a place that has been shut down for the past 27 years, right? But again, so if CM no apologize to the plight of those people, I understand, because young people today, as I said, they are selling out. Shout out to Patient Goodluck Jonathan, who held ground, and shout out to Tony Anene, who stood their ground that they good luck must actually, even though if you know perform, it has to also it's a must that he hold power for 8 years, because that is the voice Isaac fought for. So I put when people know, they see where Rino Omokri they come from. Rino Omokri coming from the current political reality that we have. You need to read Tony Anene, My Life in Politics, to understand where people like Rino, people like Wike, people like Wike, why then they do what they do. You understand? So it is beyond, say, somebody can't talk, say, because in they get money from one place, then the rest of the things that the people are going through should just be forgotten. But shout out again, talk to Dr. Dameji and to who bring this idea month. I believe the competition will continue.
All right, thank you so much, Ovie. Let's go to show. CM, you had a chance here. I gave you the chance to.
Okay, I don't know whether you see what I say. The thing is, when we're talking about this as Adaka Boro, whatever, and all those things, I wasn't around then. I didn't witness it. So how would I know if I want to know? I have to go into the archives. That's why I read. So I don't know. I don't have who do I apologize to, because I have to go and start to look for all these materials and read. When I mentioned, like, anybody, if you want to know, there are people who can write anything they like, call it books. If you want to have an authoritative idea about Niger Delta and their struggle, go and read the biography of Pa Edwin Clark. Nobody is more Ijaw than him, though his own Ijaw is from the Delta area. Delta State, which was Midwestern region. So
I've read it 3 times now.
Okay, if you've read it now, let us go page by page. I tell you the page I'm talking about when I quote. If you bring out your own, I open the page, then we compare. So when we say this, you don't just
I want to ask a simple question. In your own words, trust me, your words. you look person like Edwin Clark, like person we really mean well for Niger Delta people, Ijaw people. You look like person like that.
No, it's not whether he meant well. He's documenting his struggle and what he did, even where he made mistakes. Not really whether he meant well. I'm not judging him. It's like in the Bible. If you quote the Bible, you may disagree. But when you say Exodus chapter 14, verse 14 is the Lord will fight for you and you have to be still. You may not agree with it, but you are telling somebody this is what was said there. So what I'm trying to bring out is, even all the letter, the meetings they were doing, the way the man started talking about their struggle. So when I use it, without reading this book, I wouldn't have known why they created Midwestern region and the people, the people that, that spearheaded it. So it is not enough to dismiss somebody's logic based on flimsy excuse. I mean, I don't have to apologize for that, and I can never. Isaac Adaka Boro, there was something on the table for the creation of a region from the Eastern region, led by Justice Egbert Ududoma, former Justice of the Supreme Court, Professor Eyoeta Henshaw. There are many of them. Even Harold Bipriya is an Ijaw man. So this Adaka Boro own was because Tafawa Balewa knew and Ahmadu Bello. If you create from the West, they also create from the North, you create from the East. They don't want the TV people to have their own, UMBC. So we have to go and prop this person to be the confusion. Why is it the fact that, because he's saying the people are marginalized, as at then, when we are talking of this marginalization, the oil from their area is still federal. It's not controlled by Emayo Obara in the East. Obara never controlled crude oil. When he was regional premier, Obara never controlled crude oil. It was only palm produce. What you used to have Obudu Cattle Ranch, Transamadi Industrial Estate, what is it called? And the other things he did in Hotel Presidential, Enugu and Port Harcourt. So after then, all this Yenegua, they were more like a village. In 1961-59, what were they? What can you cite there? All this one, somebody come and say that Dockyard was in Aba. Where? Let him quote the address. Dockyard was in Calabar. If you like, you can Google it. So this is the type of thing you challenge. Where was he located? Aba. Aba is even if it should have been at Enugu now. It should have been at Enugu. How can you go and put it in Aba? Aba is just, what is Aba as at 1966? What is Aba as at 1950, 51, 52? People should use their common sense. So, but when people want to come and talk, you see, I'm still saying what I'm saying. Isaac Adaka Boro was just a creation of Tafawa Balewa and Ahmadu Bello to bring Southeast under Emayo Obara, because the people of Ogoja area, they wanted a region of their own. And they were joining to be able to present a common bill. Then this one started. Today, Adaka Boro is now somebody to say they did this. These are all just lies. His own brother said it. His junior brother said he has been in communication with Tafawa Balewa, who was encouraging him to do it. And then somebody, I posted a link there. It's in the Punch. It's a news.
All right.
Please.
Thank you, CM. Let's now, thank you everybody for this conversation. I really appreciate that. We are going to do more of this where we bring out 3 hours and tackle an issue that with wide implications for Nigeria, the history of the country. I appreciate all of you. Let me go to Sho, who has update on the news, stories in the news. Sho.
All right. Thank you, Rudolph. And once again, thank you for agreeing to anchor the show. I don't think anyone could have done a better job. So thank you for agreeing. Now, some of the things that caught my attention in the news, and of course they're from Twitter, so brace yourselves. It's not from NTA. I'm not sure if I mentioned this on Saturday. So Borno State are trying to reintegrate 217 repentant terrorists into the society. That's one. And only today, the Benue State government have sought the federal government's approval to rehabilitate 400 repentant terrorists. So Benue State are saying, federal government, please give us the right to reintegrate 400 repentant terrorists into the society. I mean, if rumors are true, their governor, being a Christian, is trying to lobby himself. Maybe Tinubu will look his way and make him his VP because they are saying, you know, the Muslim are not fly and all of that. So their governor is, you know, trying to do whatever I can do to get Tinubu's attention, I guess. Also, Federal High Court in Abuja has set March 24 as the day that they will rule on the case because they are trying to deregister ADC as a party before 2027. So, you know, some people filed the suit, and it was initially ADC only, but it was going to be too obvious. So they decided to add Accord and Zenith Labour Party, and I think Action Alliance as well. So those are the parties that I can't remember the name of the group, but they've sued them, and they said they want them to be deregistered because they did something that fell foul of the rules and all of that. So, I mean, this is still pointing towards Peter Obi because some people are saying it might go to Zenith Labour Party. So Zenith Labour Party is involved, ADC is involved, and that's why when I said it a while ago, I think the day ADC first met and they did their coalition, the first one that they did, I said Peter Obi might not be on the ballot. Not because he doesn't want to. They might just snooker the guy, as we say when you play snooker. They might snooker him, and he's left with little or no option. I mean, you know that if he tries to register a party now, it won't happen. Anyway, so ADC and the rest of the parties will find out their fate on the 24th of March when the court in Abuja rules on that matter. Also, Lagos State chapter of CAN have renamed their permanent secretariat after Mrs. Tinubu. So the CAN headquarters in Lagos has been renamed Oluremi Tinubu something. Of course, earlier today, news broke that Egbetokun, if you remember when he was named the IGP, he said sometimes he feels like a tiger, sometimes he feels like a lion. He wants to devour the criminals. I don't think he devoured a lot of criminals. Shure was his main Shure was his main person he was following all around. I mean, rumors said he resigned. He was sacked, but Tinubu tweeted from his official Twitter handle that he has accepted the man's resignation because the man cited family issues that he had to go and deal with and all of that. So we have a new IGP. I think it's Tunji Disu, famous. A lot of people are saying it's no longer the Tunji Disu that you know, because Tunji Disu was quite liked, he's quite liked by a lot of Nigerians. I mean, by Nigerian standard, upright, decent police officer and all of that. But people are saying it's probably a changed man for him even to have been chosen and all of that. So, I mean, time will tell if he's still the same loved Tunji Disu. Also, Peter Obi's convoy was attacked by would-be assassins because, they opened fire on his convoy when he visited him and a few of his supporters when they visited, I think, former governor of Edo State, John Oyegun. So,
they were inside already. They were inside the compound.
They were inside already. Okay.
Yeah.
So I saw pictures of it with the case of the bullet and all of this, the gates. And some people are saying it's staged, sympathy votes. We already did the same. A lot of things will happen between now and 2027. So Peter Obi escaped assassination. That's the way we put it. Trump escaped assassination. Everybody needs to one day I will escape one. Don't worry. It's going to go around. Festus Keyamo, the Minister for Aviation, have said that the fire-damaged MMIA Murtala Mohammed old terminal will be demolished because, caught fire. He said it's so badly damaged that they have to demolish everything. And he said the weather equipment that was damaged there worth billions of naira that they would have to buy new ones. So just be ready to contribute towards this tax or whatever. You will pay one way or the other. We have to buy new equipment. Mike Ozekome, the federal government have filed against him. They said that he forged passports in order to claim this house that they are claiming everywhere. They said he forged a Nigerian passport. So I don't think the man is going to get off lightly. Find him a Bible bigger than Emefiele's Bible, so that's something else in the news. Lagos State government have imposed 5% tax on bettors' net winning. So all of you that play Sporty and NigerBet, on your net winning, so if you put £100 to get £200 profit, on your £200 profit, Lagos State will be taking 5% tax. We need this money. Nigeria is a broke country. And breaking, this was 4 or 5 days ago, Nigeria's debt has increased. It has climbed to 18.7 billion, rising by 1.9 billion in 1 year. But I thought they said they cleared this thing. And
I thought Sheila said that's not true.
Well,
Sheila said no now.
Sheila is an idiot. He was flawed in that interview. I mean, somebody who is saying it's not today they've been kidnapping people. At that point, you turn off your TV and stop watching. For somebody to defend the government and say they don't kidnap people.
I tell you,
so at that point, you just log off and say, just leave that Amala face alone. The guy's an idiot. Irredeemable, failed comedian, even if he was ever a comedian. So that one. And lastly, this is Ijo. Since we're talking Ijo, Niger Delta Resource Control, I saw a video of Asari Dokubo saying that any American, that comes to their region, that Tinubu goes or the federal government goes to negotiate with their oil, with Americans, that any Americans that set foot in Ijo land will not make it out alive. So for those of you who have Donald Trump's number, the Minister of or Secretary of War, please help me tag them in that video. That Asari Kubo said, any American that comes to Ijo land, if Tinubu promise you our oil, you are not making it, you won't make it out.
Send it to me. I'll personally send it to my fellow Republican who will forward it.
Every American that comes here because of oil will die here. Every American that comes here because of the oil of the Ijo people will die here, will not live here. That they want to take the oil of the Ijo people to give to Igbo people will die here. They will all die here.
What you consider for the matter again? Sure.
I didn't want to preempt that. When I watched it, that was the same thing I noticed.
What you consider for the
Igbo people? You see, Igbo people are the problem of everybody. No.
Now you are blamed for that.
Why?
I blame you for that because Chevron na Ghana get her. The land in the payroll of American company as in this. So I don't know why they pay attention to
it. Sure. Let me ask you, did Peter Obi take permission from the governor of
let's talk it. Let me
did he take permission before going there?
Not at all.
He did take permission. And they told him that whatever he sees, Tenebe already told him that when it comes, whatever he sees,
because let me just hold on. Let me show you the person that took permission.
God bless the governor.
How he was received.
God bless the governor.
Man, that guy take my job. That guy. That job I want.
The governor. The governor of Edo State. The Akpako Budosa.
Don't mind them.
And my job is that. I'm a job I want.
The Akpako Budosa. Don't mind them. God bless the chief of staff.
My guy.
Trusted.
But I don't get the counter that this guy get.
God bless the governor. Romeo, incoming chairman. God bless Romeo, God of life, a good man. A man that the youth are counting on.
But I beg, why do these people wear white? Are they in a cult?
You are chief.
White
it's a symbol of riches now. We are control.
God bless
this guy, I can't take this guy's job.
God bless
He's way better than me. But I work hard.
Don't mind them.
With the government
don't mind them.
The Son of Jesus Christ.
The man will take permission, don't land. Take permission, we'll give you red carpet. The damage you make a correct on this concession.
You see this boy like Calabar.
Oh, for you? But he get talent past me. I know. He go do the job past me.
It's from Calabar. Be quiet himself.
Man, the guy is fucking good, man. I think I go fit take his job, but I know fit. The guy is good. It's natural. We will make sure we will apply him again for the next 4 years.
Project 40 months. Akpako, the back people come for commissioning. Majolo. Yeah, come. No matter. Hey, we get. No matter.
Bad when the guy carrying out. This guy go now Abuja will send down next.
To carry the good people of Edo South along the way you are doing, Romeo, very loyal to the party supreme. Ogbede Iyama, trusted son. trusted son. No matter. God bless Lawrence Walker.
Don't mind
The
them.
governor.
Don't mind
The
them. This
governor
guy
of
needs to
Edo
do Abuja.
State.
You need to hate Tinubu, one
The
promoter.
performing governor of Edo State.
Correct.
14 months, you dey commission anyhow.
Anyhow.
The governor of Edo State. Oh, Party Supreme with the SSG. God bless the
You see,
SSG. Very humble man. You know the race body.
You know the race body.
Please, Rudolph.
Yeah.
Please, Rudolph.
Yeah.
Cannot be Yakulu.
I can hear you, Sim. Go ahead.
No matter.
Okay, no, let this thing finish.
Rudolph,
I'm so angry that please, Rudolph, just remove the video.
So, you will give me 1 minute
Wait.
to give you
Pay
the
attention.
news.
Pay attention to.
MCT 001.
Correct. This guy is supposed to be Abuja. He's not supposed to be. Now, Tinubu is supposed to be here. Now we get.
You see Atiku. Yeah, where were you Atiku?
Akpako rescue.
Akpako deliver.
The man where they walk up on water. Man where produce 54 tractors for all the 18 local governments.
Yes, he don't test.
Jesus Christ.
Wike left in the door with the governor of Edo State. Wike, the only man.
Why we cannot bring it back now?
Ben Ameshi, Ben Arufai, the only man that is stronger than Atiku. Hey, Wike, the only man who don't test the microphone for 2027. NCT clear.
Confirm.
Let that woman wait just see the may come contest again. May.
Yeah, better pass me. I can't take his job.
Okay.
Right. So, can I take 1 minute to straighten things up?
Hold on.
So let me just finish, and you have your minute if Rudolph agrees. So I just saw that that was the news roundup, and I just saw in the comment section, I almost forgot. El Mencho, the leader of the CNG or CJNG group in Mexico, was taken out by the military. Joint effort with the US, and you've seen what's erupted. Different cities in Mexico going up in flames, burning Costco, cars, everything. And I just thought the World Cup is in about 4 months. Soccer, football, is in about 4 months, and it's going to be co-hosted US, Canada, Mexico. If that was in Africa, they would have cancelled it already. They would have stripped you of it. But it will still happen in Mexico. So that tells you, even as brown as they classify all of us as brown still pass brown. So that's just to mention that one. And lastly, guys, those of you in the comment section, those of you watching that can't join, you're itching to join, and even those of you that will watch this between now and Saturday, go and break your kolo. We call it kolo in Yoruba. I don't know if it's the same as Edo or it's quite similar. Go and break your piggy bank.
You're safe.
Go and break it, all your coins that you've been saving. Because on Saturday, super chat has to be more than the usual. Avoid super chat if you can, because Google takes a decent cut of your super chat. So do Zelle in America, do Rudolph Okonkwo in Nigeria, bank account and all these things, because Rudolph's birthday is on the 26th. I don't know if I'm correct. I think I'm correct. His birthday is on Thursday. So go and break your kolo, go and break your all this, go and gather all the money. If you've never done super chat before, go and find £10, $10, whatever. Even if you're a panelist, go still here, you contribute your time and effort. We appreciate it. Go and find $10, $5, $50 as the spirit leads you on Saturday. Let's appreciate Rudolph. Let's say thank you, for his selfless stuff that he does. This is a man that's given everybody the keys to the studio. Everybody will just wake up until we have to regulate it. Anybody will just wake up one day and just put one topic and start talking whatever nonsense they like. It's guarded in most places. You can't just open it and let people. And that's why people think when people say Rudolph is paid by one government, I said he's paid. He gives the key to forefathers, which is on one extreme, and he gives the key to CM to do Igbo channel, Igbo program that nobody else understands, but he's paid. And he gives two extreme people the keys to the studio. Sometimes there is a show going on. I'll call him and say, Rudolph, have you seen what they're doing on the channel? You say, what are they doing? I'm not watching. So I'm saying all of that to say it's Rudolph's birthday on the 26th. I think it's going to be 21 again. So whatever you can do to support the show, please do. So Rudolph, happy birthday in advance. We'll celebrate it again on Saturday.
The problem I have with Rudolph not a throw party. Why not tell us since maybe for buy ticket, show up? And he lives in Babylon, no? where all the rough happens.
Yeah, so that's me. So Rudolph, I'll hand over back to you and I'll let you.
Why you want change the tradition? Now they do celebration, I ain't go kick out. We go punch
Kick out, but you know they go empty-handed now.
No, we'll come with empty stomach. Why you want change tradition?
Sure. If I knew that was what you were planning, I wouldn't have.
I have it on my calendar. It's somewhere on my phone. So
I always wish that people would forget. But anyway, thank you so much.
Doctor, can I give the real news?
Yeah.
So that your channel go balance, right? No could be tossed here. So sure. I'll come out one credit for your journalistic point. You take one route, right? The biggest news, which actually gave me nostalgia because one thing I'll be proud of myself is that when I started my foundation was to host secondary schools, started from my region, then the state, then the federation. So after one edition, I noticed that the stadium where I use for my village, because we have two secondary school, one government, one community. So the secondary school one, we have to do a good show when you go need to upgrade them. And millions we no get. So this week, as I speak, the performing governor, Akpako Rescue, has donated 54 tractors and dredges just to carry out make sure that the communities, the villages are more accessible, dredges and all that kind of a thing. That's the biggest news to the voters, to the village people. So to the trendy people, now be JFK, JFC, where you try when it's when you try to give speech. So that's what people are I see. And that's the problem where we get as people. So when we win again now, they go say they're rigors. It's actually doing something for us. Right. So when I saw that again, I just remember, okay, before now, maybe in the next 2-3 months, they will grade my stadium for me, and I'm back to life again. You see, and somebody will come
say, that's how you know when somebody is lying.
Hold on. See, the problem with that, those people where they oppose me, you guys have never been able to convince me with either policy that is better than his, or tell me this is a candidate that is better than him. Una just they insult. That's why I believe that we go win. Not be seen because of anything, because you guys are failing. The fact that you guys could not realize that all the education we want to use run the same for the past 24 years, this is what we have. And instead of you to realize and go back to say we are sorry to the ordinary people, and there with them, no, they insult. Not they insult. The man is doing what he's supposed to do. So for you to convince me that I'm selfish, you have to give me an alternative. Politics is local. You think what we think you go do for a village that go benefit them. So for us to ask the consensus, because that is what you for. I'm an individual person. The reason why I know the jungle, because they settle for consensus at the detriment of the truth. You understand? So convince me with a better option and better policy. I will listen to you. You can insult him all you want. It's like me. I did mess up when I speak English for here. Even though anybody want to point at that, I'll point it out. I'm not a good English speaker, so I can relate with him on any level. And the days that you people will come out because they will not go school and speak English, will be telling the village person who to vote for, where to eat, who to sleep with. Those days are over.
Are we not closing from Adaka Boro? How we take enter our
because I am closing up because I am making sense. So
no, you're not making sense.
So you exactly set the debate up between me and CM. I'm taking him on his challenge. Set us up, I beg. I'm on.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Let me debate you people
No, never thank everybody, please. Never thank everybody.
I didn't close the one. He's thanking everybody too.
Wait.
So sorry, Sam, 1 second. That's a good thing that Sam, just 1 second. That's a good thing that Ovie said. I've discussed this with Rudolph. It's just that I'm a bit preoccupied. But once I find time, it's something I want to do. So when I see two people disagree strongly on a particular topic, we'll do a flyer, we'll do it midweek, we'll give each person half an hour. Do your research, send your supporting documents to us, we'll display it, your sources, all these books you've read. We'll do like a 1 hour, half an hour each. So it'll be like 15 minutes, then 15 minutes to the other person. There's no panelist, nobody's coming to disrupt the two of you. Just the first one that came to my mind, and if they watch this later, it was Forefathers and Boom Boom Ray.
Boom Boom Ray.
Because they always argue. Forefathers said, let's do military first. Boom Boom Ray said, let's do infrastructure, education, hospitals first. And I did a flyer. I just used AI to do a flyer. I sent it to Rudolph. I think Rudolph just, I'm too busy for this.
No, I saved it. I have it.
Yeah, so when we have time, it's a good idea that we'll do. Like today's topic now, it was debated from two different positions. And I hope that is encouraged people to go and read books, to go and learn more about Isaac Adaka Boro, what led to what he did. You don't have to believe CM. You don't have to believe Ovie. But they've given you two strong opposing views. It's for the people now, if we won't be lazy, to go and read, to go and research and make up your own minds. We're not here to convince you. It's not the debating society to say, I hope I've been confused or I not confuse you. Go do your own research. But CM, back to you. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Sho. What I want to say is regarding that video clip of Asare Dokubo. You see, sometimes when we react to, when we respond, not really react, when we respond to certain piece of news or something, people may say that we are too sensitive, or maybe they will say we are doing propaganda. America bombed Nigeria, and Nigeria said they collaborated with the US. Before Trump bombed Nigeria on December 25th, they sent an advance team to come and investigate whether there is really Christian genocide. That was in November. I was in US then. The guy came back, submitted a report, and confirmed it. Yet, when America bombed, all they were able to say is, na Igbo man where they say screwdriver for Nisha. Na intel Trump to bomb Sokoto.
Entire meal.
It was very when I said one was left there. I said Nigeria.
So you see, that is one. And they keep, you see, do you know why? Some of you people that are not Igbo may not know. It was this type of propaganda and narrative that led to not the coup, but that led to the Civil War. This type of thing, this nonsense, say the Igbo coup. Even Ojukwu Babangida had to write a book in black and white. If you don't believe a Gwari man, why not believe a Yoruba man who said why we struck? And they explained this is 1982. Yet today we are suffering for it. There's a Fulani man called Dr. Osman Bugaje. He read bachelor's degree in pharmacy. I think master's before he then did a PhD in Islamic studies. He's still alive. He said the oil in Niger Delta belonged to Jigawa, then the Fulani, and then get them. Yet Asari Dokubo is saying that America want to take Ijo oil and give them Igbo. You see it? You see the way they are propping. When Ahmadu Bello said they want to dip Quran in the sea, it is Asari Dokubo they meant. Now they've gotten a propagandist in the mood of Sadwana in the Niger Delta. Let them go and tell him, this is what he's saying. The other day, somebody from Adamawa, a Christian, killed somebody from Benue State in Port Harcourt. Asari said he left everything and said, Ndi Igbo, IPOB supporters, and now the people that went, not that they killed, but they went and destroying businesses owned by Yoruba Muslim, Ijo Muslim, every Muslim in Port Harcourt. This is the way it starts. This is the way. That's why some of these things, when we hear it, people may gloss it over. That is the thing. Even this is at least what happened on December 25th is an eye-opener. When America had to send legislators from United States, go and investigate. They came to Nigeria, they talked to the third thief. They went to the palace. The man exposed everything to them. They went to the refugee camp. Is it in Igbo that we are there? They now came back and then went to the Catholic mission in Makurdi. They explained, even as I'm talking to you, we had a guest here, Frank Uto, a lawyer from Yelwater, the village that is highly decimated. He came here. He's in America telling them the truth. Yet, who are they blaming? A screwdriver seller in Onisha. You see it? This is Nigeria. That's why 30 years later, when we start to say it, somebody will say, hey, maybe I read 2 books, I read 3 books. Man, I've read book and I continue to read. And I have about 3 I've not even started. So please, people should know. That's why I say in Nigeria, because Nigeria is a country of different nations, we have different experience. If you tell Isoko man to tell you his experience in Nigeria, it will be different from that of the Igbo. The Igbo will be different from that of the TV. We are different people. Ndi Igbo are targeted for annihilation, for massacre, anything. This was how it started, simply because they don't want our presence. It's like, look at what Asari is saying. America will now come and take Ijo oil and give Ndi Igbo. Do you see it?
Mr. C, I'm sorry to cut you short. Look, sometimes I always encourage people to play chess most times, yeah, because it helps you to read in between the lines of some certain statements. You and I know they don't tell any permanencies people that what Asari said, America is coming. They will not spend their money, taxpayers' money, fly to Nigeria, take oil, they conquer and give Igbo man. They will come fly, go back. You understand? A sensible person thinking person will be like, it doesn't even make sense. Even if they do it, like, are you okay? And the Americans, they won't do that. Like, do you have sense at all? So for me, let me tell you about this rhetoric here that people say. I think instead of receiving such words, because we've seen this several times, that's why I tell people, be careful what you say. Even if you are saying propaganda to your own end, you don't know what people hear, how people react. They will. It's like negative energy attracts negative energy. You understand? So this Igbo, Yoruba, whatever, somebody started this. Instead of somebody to wise up and expose this person for what they are doing, they went on with the negative energy in the name of you want to banter back or strike back. You do me, I do you. Before you know, it now metamorphosed to where everybody now believe.
Logopi is because of the loss of life. When they start to
I'm coming.
Listen, please add this one to it. When they prevented Ndi Igbo from voting in Lagos and slaughtered them, do you know what they say? Listen. Hold on, please. Hold on. When they were slaughtering them, do you know what they say? That Ndi Igbo said Lagos is no man's land. Logopi, Google Jakonde's inaugural speech on 1st October. Hold on. Listen, 1st October 79 is far away. As at last year, Daniel Boala now serving Tinubu said it on Open TV that Tinubu is investing more in Lagos because Lagos is a no man's land. Hasn't today nobody has challenged Daniel Boala for calling Lagos a no man's land.
We are still saying the same thing. Yeah?
And nobody has
You say you read book. Now everything you would rationalize. That's a political statement. Person will read book, nobody read anything when you see.
Somebody my friend, go and sit down. Someone will talk time. That link. Can you share that link with Rudolph? Rudolph, let him share it with you so that he can share it with us. Because the moment you close this platform now, I won't be able to see it.
What link?
Which link?
There's a link that CM shared about some information.
I posted it. I highlighted it on the.
Okay. See, you see, Logopi, me and you no go do anything. But when they will slaughter Ndi Igbo, it's because of something very stupid like this. They will start to kill people and then burn their businesses. That's why
we will get no people they slaughter. We are all Nigerians here. Everyone they slaughter.
How many people? Come. How many people from Ososo did they slaughter in Lagos in 2023?
Only two.
How many?
Only two, and that is too much.
Yeah, why you indulging this person?
One is too much.
You're wasting time
if you read book, you're not going to take everything when you hear it serious. How Buala will take something, you are taking it to heart. How Tokumba will take something, you are taking it to heart. Which kind of book do they read?
He wasn't listening. He wasn't listening. And you are taking him serious.
So everybody, okay, calm down. Let me.
Ovie, don't water down what I'm saying. When they will slaughter people based on that, where will you be?
Yeah, hold on. Everybody, hold on. There's something I want to reveal to some of you. There are some topics we discuss here. Sometimes I will tell my students to go and watch that clip. Like this topic. It's one of the things I could tie to what we discuss about the struggle of African countries. So, for instance, if you don't know, we watch things like Lumumba, the movie, and I try to connect and explain to them that it's not just about Congo, that the same kind of thing happened in other parts of Africa. And if a show goes well, I will say to them, watch this, and you will have, see how people discuss these kind of issues in other parts. But when we turn it into something that I can't even tell people who are not Nigerians to go and look it up and watch something like that, it becomes, they will come out with. So sometimes, and then that's why sometimes I also say, if we're discussing one topic, let's stick with this topic. I may decide that we cut it off and I give it to them to watch, just so see different angles to the issue. And so please, I think we've done enough. 4 hours is enough. We will end it. We never end if we want to keep arguing. We will do more of this. I think it works in the sense that we narrow it down, focus on one topic, and exhaust it and look at all the angles. So on that note, I want to thank everybody who joined. Thank you, Sho. Thank you, Dexter. Thank you, Lokopi. Thank you, CM. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you, Chim. Thank you, all the people who stopped by. Let me thank those that supported us. It's very important. Aladdin, Kelly, thank you so much. Oscar Blackbone, thank you. Joseph Oji, thank you so much. And Joseph Oji again. Guy, thank you so much. Oscar Blackstone, thank you. On Sunday, 90 Minutes Africa, we have Ogaga Iforwodo coming to join us next week. It will be quite interesting. He asked me, what will I be saying for 3 hours? I told him that there are people who are waiting for you to come, and they will ask you questions that you have an interesting conversation. He's not aware of what we do here, but he's a very important voice. He's a lawyer, a professor in a college in America before he went back to Nigeria. And so that will be the show for this coming Sunday, if you can join us. Again, thank you, everybody. Those watching at home, those on the comment section, I appreciate all of you. We'll do more of this. I think it's very healthy and very good to expand the topic. Thank you, everybody. I will say good night.